The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, great to see you all.
Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
Hi, Hepper.
Hi.
How are you?
Everybody work? Everybody good?
Yeah. Microphone is now I mean, John's on. not in the video stream.
He'll get
Would
there.
you settle down?
This
I'm
is a
trying
radio
to.
show.
I'm sending the link to Ferrin.
It's a video show too, Happer.
Video show when I say it's a video show.
Yeah,
I like
when
how
John's in there.
John plays both sides of this so well. Sometimes he'll have a whole crossover without being in there. He'll be like, why didn't you tell me? And then Nick tells him and he goes, stop telling me.
I know I'm not in there.
You
Don't
can't,
worry.
You can't win with it. Hello.
Really? Because sometimes
That's
you
awesome.
don't know you're not in there, and you're like, oh, I wasn't in there.
I know the segment's not for another day or two, but I don't care.
He doesn't
2 days
care.
from now.
I don't care. Thank you.
2 days from now. Wow. Hey, can I ask you a question, Happer?
Yeah.
So, Captain, again, if I was
The
putting
captain.
together a bracket,
The captain.
very high seed in the bracket.
Wouldn't be my
Ride,
higher seed.
Captain,
No,
ride
high seed. I didn't say
upon
the
my
highest.
sinking
He's not the
ship.
number one.
What is the Holy Raiola Rollers? What is this? What is this bit from Captain?
I don't know. I'm not familiar
Holy
with this.
Raiola rollers.
The
Yeah.
high, the,
Well,
the
that
Holy
must be
Rollers.
there. That must be
Holy
the
Raiolas?
the teepees of the Raiolas.
Okay.
The Holy Raiola
The
rollers.
Raiola Teefies.
I,
Okay.
I'm
Holy
that's,
Raiola
that's
Roller.
okay.
It's just so lengthy.
it's lengthy, but I
Too many.
You just
It
go
could
kinda
just
like
be the
it.
Holy
Just go
Raiolers.
Dylan apologist.
the Holy Raiolas.
There you go.
Raiolers.
Sorry, he called. I mean, I'm still gonna go with what his dad said for years.
You might get a phone call late at night about that.
I don't care. I won't answer. I don't care.
That's true. John just won't
Never
answer.
answer the phone after 11 o'clock unless it's from a family member.
Should have just gone to bed.
John, if I called you at 11 o'clock, you wouldn't answer.
Oh man, I would have Happer called me after 11. I'd say I'd be worried.
Do you
Well, I
think
would
you-
be worried. Yeah, I would be
I'm basically
worried.
like a family member.
I'd be like, oh, did I leave something behind at the Creighton game? Yeah, you left behind everything.
Your
Do you-
equipment is here.
Josh, do you think you missed an opportunity to ask very specific questions? Do you think you would have gotten answers in that moment?
I asked a question and I was told firmly not going to answer that question. And so no,
For
I
a
did not
reason.
miss. Yeah, I did not miss any.
Maybe you just
opportunity.
needed to ask a different question. You know, just
It's
work
too
your way
bad.
in.
It's too bad that
What
you
about
didn't.
that first time out?
It's too bad you didn't answer the phone like my dad answers the phone.
Do you really not love taking time out? I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
My guy loves taking time out.
He loves them so much.
Loves time out.
Now there's something in the chat where people want to do Nick Appreciation Day.
I don't
neck
know.
neck appreciation.
Neck.
We should do a neck appreciation
Yeah,
day.
we don't talk
Without
about
the
giraffes
neck,
enough.
Without the neck, the head. What's the head going to do? It's just going to sit on our
Seriously,
shoulders.
we
and
don't even think
we're
about
gonna-
our
We're
neck.
going to
Yeah.
walk around like this.
You
I-
look
it's
like
hurt.
Ryan Newman.
or yeah, it'd be. Yeah,
That was a joke for John and only John.
yeah. I
Good
got
one.
that one.
Yeah,
I got that one.
We never give credit to our necks.
Yeah.
The only time we think about our neck is for self-preservation. If we break our necks,
Yeah.
it's bad.
It's like when you have a
Or-
stuffy nose and you don't,
Christopher Reeves looking ass.
you take your nose for granted until it's stuffy.
Or when people want to make fun of people, like calling them redneck.
Ooh, that's
Yes,
true.
That's
That's
true.
the only time we think of the neck. We need to have, we got all these other appreciation days. It's chocolate pudding appreciation day.
That's true, John.
We need to have neck appreciation
It's
day.
National Tight Ends Weekend.
Let's
God, that was the worst.
Yeah, I
Sure,
know.
that crap
Let's
sucks.
declare today, November the 4th, neck appreciation
All right, put it
day.
on your calendar for next year.
Thank you, next.
Everyone, let's appreciate our neck.
Nick, put in the neck appreciation day.
I'm on
We
it.
could probably get some dumb radio show somewhere in the country to actually celebrate that garbage.
What do you mean? By
I
that,
hate
Josh?
I hate that every day is a day
Maybe
because
one of
it's
our
not true.
coworkers, Happer.
It's
I know.
not true. I think some of these days have multiple days in a year, and they just space them out far enough to think that you don't notice.
I swear there's like butterscotch pudding appreciation day like 3 times.
You know
out of the
how I
year.
know what day it is? Matt Coatney always tells me.
Yes, he does.
Matt Coatney wakes up
He
every morning
does,
at 5
Matt.
and he tweets about what day it is.
He does. He's good at that.
And
That's
then
his bit. It's his. You
I
know,
hate it. Triggered.
Rothstein's got his bit about counting down to the season. Coatney's got his bit about, hey, today is
Go to Coatney's Twitter. What's going
today
on?
is
I'll be honest, I don't follow Matt, so I don't know.
today
what's
is
going on
Lazy
over there.
Susan Appreciation Day.
Matt. Oh, here it is. Happy National Candy Day. Hashtag
What?
National Candy
How can
Day.
today be National Candy Day when Halloween was last week?
I'll tell you
That's
what,
a
I
great
do
point,
be eating
Sean.
candy today though, because
I haven't had any yet.
leftover candy.
Yeah.
You know, I had when
I've been
I
munching on those nerds.
you know what was really good, and
It's
I
cannibalism.
enjoyed it while I was listening to the Connor Happer Severe show.
Nice.
They had Jolly Rancher suckers, not the individual ones, but the ones on the lollipop
They have a
stick.
stick.
Whoa.
And so I was enjoying that, listening to the Matt Rule press
You
conference.
just call him Jolly Rancher on a stick.
Jolly Rancher on a stick.
I like Jolly Ranchers. I
too.
like the cherry Jolly Rancher.
Those
Yeah.
are awesome.
They're so good.
That's the one thing
Green.
I will eat.
green.
I will eat watermelon flavored Jolly
And you
Ranchers.
don't like watermelon.
And I don't like watermelon.
Handshake
I
meme,
don't
John
know
and me.
why I like the watermelon flavor. I like that, the strawberry,
You know
the
what I
cherry.
hate? Grape garbage.
Everything?
I'll take your grape.
I don't like fake grape.
I'll take your grape.
I don't like grape.
I like grape
though.
Jolly Rancher.
You can have the green apple. I'll take the grape.
I like green
Handshakes.
apple and orange.
See, if we ever go to a restaurant
My
and
mom
order
hates
wings
orange.
and Jolly Ranchers,
Oh
we'll
my
be
gosh.
set for
We're
life.
2 peas in a pod. I
That's
get
great.
all his flats. He gets all my drums.
I get all the grape. He gets all the.
Gosh.
I wonder if Jolly Ranchers would go good with wings.
Oh my gosh.
Try it out.
That one time that we had lunch together, and the guy, I'm surprised he didn't say, "I love this Jolly
Well, there's-
Rancher."
Oh yeah, that guy was an idiot.
There's
Yeah.
a place in town that does a blueberry. I think it's a blueberry habanero sauce on their
Yeah,
wings.
that's the boys from After Hours had those in here.
Yes, they've had those before.
Yeah.
Those are good.
Sounds a lot like that. What that one guy was trying to pawn off on us.
What was it? I always forget what it
Cherry,
was.
bourbon, blue. What? I don't know. It was-
Oh, is this the thing where you just said,
Yes.
"I'll just have regular
It
buffalo"?
was so
please."
funny.
Yes.
Now I'm good. Can I do the regular?
he explained it to me. He was pretty
Whoa.
fired up about it.
Whoa!
What happened?
Alex says Jolly Ranchers and Tootsie Rolls are trash.
Alex.
Putting Jolly Ranchers in the same sentence with Tootsie Rolls is
Yeah,
blasphemy.
Tutti Fruities are better than Tootsie Rolls.
Oh, that's right. John hates Tootsie Rolls.
They're awful.
That's true. Tutti Fruities are better than Tootsie
I'll
I
Rolls.
eat
love
it-
Tutti
I'll eat a
Fruities.
Tootsie Roll.
I hate them.
Say it again, but like Bill Callahan.
Hey, I'll eat a Tootsie Roll.
Thank you. I needed to hear that.
Tootsie Roll.
What's in? Yeah, what's the? It's in the song. What? How does it
Let
go?
me see you Tootsie,
Tootsie
Roll.
Roll.
Let me see you Tootsie Roll.
Oh, I don't
Tootsie
like it
Roll.
coming from Bill.
Tootsie Roll.
What about high chews? You guys like high chews?
I haven't had a high chew in a while.
high chews are great.
Those
Not
are-
bad.
I
They're,
think-
they're poor man Starburst, in my
I'm
opinion.
trying to see what a high
For
chew
sure.
is.
Are they
man,
poor
I-
man star? They're different than.
I'll
They're different
honestly-
enough.
I don't know
Well,
if I've ever had this.
I put
Good.
them. I put them in because it's taffy like and it's fruit flavored.
What do you feel about now and laters?
Again,
Those
poor
are
man.
super hard. It's a hard soft.
They are.
Or a soft hard.
You know what I have come to I found this again. It came in my Halloween candy pack that I bought from Costco this year.
Nice.
Airheads. The
Oh yeah.
I've
Tongue
never
looking
liked
things?
Airheads.
Really?
They're
I've never
great.
liked them.
Yeah, I like Airheads.
I always liked the commercials
I
because
F with those.
when I was a kid, the commercials always make Airheads look fun. It's like, oh, these are fun commercials. Yeah,
They're really good.
your head will
I
explode.
like the watermelon one.
They never tasted like anything to me.
They didn't taste like anything.
Like they had a flavor, but then
It
it
doesn't taste like anything
was-
to me.
Thank you. Bryce.
we've been watching Westworld.
No, I haven't.
It kind of reminded me of styrofoam. I think it was a texture
Really?
thing more than the taste. I hated it.
Wild.
Yeah.
That's a take.
What's wrong with your mouth, dude?
Yeah. What is going on with your mouth over there, Nick?
Airheads
It's a great
taste like
mouth.
styrofoam.
It was a texture of styrofoam. It reminded me of styrofoam.
Aaron texts in high chews are like most things from Japan better. And then he adds they kick
Oh,
ass.
you like
Are
the
they from-
weeb
no,
candy.
No.
I'm not saying
no.
it's better. I just say I like it.
They're
Weeb.
from Japan.
Starburst are the. I mean, of all those candies, Starburst is number one with a bullet.
How do you feel about runts?
Runs.
Whoa, you don't like
No, it's
runts?
when you put the little quarter in the machine and all that dusty ass.
Oh
stuff comes
yeah,
out
those
of
are
it.
never that good.
We're-
Oh, man,
we're
I
the-
love runts. That's
we're
where
the
the
runts-
banana tastes
Yeah.
like, but what bananas used to taste like.
Gross.
Same with Laffy Taffy.
What?
You don't know about this?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You
This
explained
is like a Nick fact, but it's actually true. People
Nick facts have partial truth.
people Nick's age love to, and so I was the one who just gave out the fact, but people love to tell you the bananas used to taste different.
They did.
I don't know why that fact is one that
we've
people
had
love.
this conversation.
We
before.
have.
Yes.
But the bananas used to be different, and then something broke, and then they had to pretend.
Yeah.
So now bananas are fake. They're fake bananas. I love bananas, though. I have one every day.
I think the original banana, the OG banana, got killed off.
Yeah, that's what they always say.
Yeah.
Is this like the Ultimate Warrior, where they said, yeah, the Ultimate Warrior is really dead, and then they brought back a smaller version?
Let's see if I can. So you think it's?
I always
It definitely does sound like a Nick fact.
Yeah, I mean, I think bananas. When did this allegedly happen?
I will look it up.
Because that's why
I swear
Tastes different
bananas.
in the
I swear
80s.
bananas taste the same to me today as they
It
always
was
have.
before. It was before your time.
Yeah, it was.
Oh well, then I have no concept of what
I
they
think, like,
should taste.
I
Like.
think why people like to bring this up so much is because growing up in my age group, we were always curious about like banana Laffy Taffy and banana flavored things because they don't taste like what I have at home. This isn't banana at all. What's this? It's so far off.
Okay, here it is.
It
So
tastes
this
like
is true.
garbage. That's what it
Why
tastes
there's
like.
an article from America's Test Kitchen. The reason artificial banana flavor tastes nothing like real bananas. And so this happened. A disease wiped them out, all of them, in the 50s. And
The
so-
real bananas?
Yes.
That's why if you have runts, that flavor is way different. Or Laffy Taffy. That was what the artificial banana flavor was based off of.
Wait, so you're saying artificial banana flavor has changed, not real?
No,
banana
Real
flavor.
banana flavor has changed. Artificial is what banana
So you're
used to
saying
taste
these
like.
runts that we're eating right now were made in the 50s?
See,
I mean,
I like it when I
hardly-
give John a fact
No,
and
no,
he just
no,
doesn't like it.
No, but
The
listen,
flavor
but hear
profile
me
is
out.
from
Hear
the
me out.
50s.
Because
The gross Michael was nearly impossible to find. That was what the banana apparently was.
what artificial flavor is closest to actual
You're
flavor?
focusing on the wrong thing.
No,
Forget
I'm
about-
not. No, hear me out. Hear me out. Because seriously,
I gave you the answer. You don't like the answer.
yes, I am questioning the research.
Thank you.
Okay.
Because
John doesn't
again,
trust anything these days.
no,
Just
it's
say it,
not
John.
that. It's not that. It's what artificial flavor of anything
Okay.
tastes closest to the real thing.
Lemon?
Lemon, that's fair. But that's not what
Lemons
this
do
is
not
about,
taste
John.
sweet, and most artificial flavored lemon things are sweet. My point being,
You're focusing on the wrong thing.
No, I'm not. Just pay attention.
You guys ever eaten a cherry?
It
Those
tastes
things-
nothing like the exactly.
Those things
Exactly
suck.
I didn't
right.
eat a cherry until like 5 years
Cherries
ago.
are bad.
So my
I want
point-
that as a happer.
Whoa.
You guys ever eaten a cherry?
I'm not doubting that it may have changed, but to base it off of what something made artificially tastes more like what it used to be like, I question that.
It's just lost food media. That's all it is.
Yeah, John, I'm reading another article. So apparently the bananas that we used to eat were called the Gross Michael, G-O-R-S,
Right.
M-I-C-A, or Michelle maybe.
right.
By the 60s, they were nearly impossible to find, again, because of this
Right.
disease that ripped through them.
Right. All I'm saying is I don't think what's the candy you were saying tastes most like.
I just was, Runts is always the first one that I
Right.
remember thinking, this doesn't taste like a banana.
Yeah, I question whether or not that was close to the gross runt banana or whatever.
Okay, well.
Because artificial flavors never are very close to what the real thing is.
How much
Okay.
could it cost? $10.
But I believe
Nice
what you're
reference.
saying, Josh. It's just
Okay.
I don't believe that the runt is closer to real banana than because we have a hard time replicating artificial flavor.
Why is that?
Well, because it's
We can make a
artificial.
fake Tom Brady dog, but we can't make a fake banana. Have you seen this? Have you heard about
I have
you
no
missed it?
idea.
Tom Brady's dog died and he cloned it.
Yeah, John, because John drives where he does, sometimes he misses like these weird, wacky stories in the noon hour. And that
So-
was a weird, yeah, he cloned his dog.
If so the dog's a clone, so genetically, DNA wise, it's the same dog. But the dog is gonna grow up with different experiences.
It's not going to make
Is
the
it
same
still
dog.
the same dog?
Absolutely not. Tom Brady, if he had the dog when he was a rookie, his life was way different as a rookie.
Well, I don't think
compared to-
anybody's
If you-
arguing that it's the same
If you
dog.
yeah, but
nobody,
maybe
nobody
yeah,
is arguing
yeah.
that.
but
Who are you
that's
arguing
why
with?
that's why you clone your dog, right? I want the same dog. I
Sure.
miss this dog. I'm gonna clone this dog to have the same dog, but it won't be the same
No,
dog.
it's the fact that he invested in a bioscience
Yeah, you're focusing on
lab
the wrong thing.
to clone his dog.
Yeah.
It's just rich people doing rich people stuff.
Yeah, I'm way more focused on that part of the story than I am that he.
It doesn't surprise me that that's something he would do, though.
Of course
that's
not.
the thing.
Because he's a wacko.
Yeah.
Tom Brady, that guy. I wonder when the last year that Tom Brady was normal. Like the closest,
Great question.
the closest to normal that he can be.
When was his first surgery? His first facial
No, good question.
surgery.
That's probably
Like he
the
became
answer.
good looking in like the late 2000s, right?
Yeah, like you look at his
He was
face when
ugly.
he won the first Super Bowl. He was a little chubber.
Yeah.
And he was beating John's Rams. Sorry, John. Didn't mean to
No,
bring it up.
Probably late. I'm gonna guess like 2007.
Dude, every time they show him in the
Beat him
booth,
once.
his eyes.
His eyes look like they're gonna fall out of his head.
Hey, KB, it's good to see you. Again. He used to be normal looking. Man,
He's scary.
And now I get to enjoy him on the America's Game of the Week this week.
yeah. How about
right.
that, dude? Wow, he wasn't supposed to be on the call for that one, John.
No, I know.
Yeah. What
So
did
now I gotta
Happer?
look at his bug eyes. Bah.
What did Happer ask a few moments ago? Have you ever eaten a cherry?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
I'm
ever eaten a cherry?
making a graphic. Wow, what a time to be
That's
alive.
great. It's just a question.
I just envisioned Tom Brady at some point, being questioned by Obi-Wan. Did the council ever authorize the creation of a clone doggy?
Incredible.
Sorry, I thought you were going to say clone banana, but you went
Clone
with the dog.
doggy.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Well,
good.
Why
because
don't we
he has-
clone the gross Michael? Bring it back.
Well, I don't know if they don't exist anymore, right?
they're dead.
They're dead.
Yeah, Nick.
Can't clone something.
We should
with something.
Jurassic Park that banana.
Well, they probably will when they actually Jurassic Park.
That's a
Jurassic
concept.
Park.
Let's do Jurassic Park, but for plants and fruit that doesn't exist anymore.
Oh wow.
Ooh, I don't know
That
if we
feels
want
less
that.
dangerous.
I don't think so,
What was the
because
process?
there might be a lot of poison things
Poison.
that get brought back.
What was the process
then-
of actually Jurassic Parking something?
So
Like, how did they do it?
they found a mosquito in amber.
Wait, are you thinking of the Twister Jurassic Park or Jurassic?
I don't know. I need to have it explained
What,
to me.
there's a Twister?
Archaeologists.
Twister and Jurassic Park are the same movie.
Oh, sorry. That's right. I forgot.
Insane
Yes,
take.
You're right.
So archaeologists found a piece of amber stone,
Okay.
sap, solidified around a mosquito from dinosaur times, and they went in and they got the blood from the mosquito in its belly.
Yeah.
It was dinosaur DNA, and then they used frog
Dino
DNA.
DNA.
They used frog DNA to fill in the gaps, and then
So what would be the equivalent of that in the old banana? How do we get the old banana back?
What if it's the part of the banana that like
that
extra-
black part?
No, the little like stringy parts that are on it. You know,
Oh,
when you
yeah.
peel it off. I hate that part. It's like what is
Yeah,
it? Now
maybe.
I eat it still, but
I guess I don't know. Can we find a fruit bat from the 30s somewhere?
Well,
I guess that would do
Bats have
Oh,
started
great.
things
We're
before.
going back to bats again. That didn't go well about 5 years ago.
hell yeah, John.
We better stay away from the
You
bats.
never know what could happen.
Yeah, but they never did they successfully explain how they got all the dinosaurs? Because that mosquito
Frogs.
only
They didn't explain it.
I think
because that mosquito, that
Just
one
go
mosquito bite
suck on
every
dino.
Yeah.
I think it was a combination of they used the mosquito to get the base for the dinosaur DNA, and then they used frogs and
Like mayonnaise.
they used like mayonnaise.
That fly was a base. The fly was the mayonnaise
Then
of dinosaurs.
I think they
Bingo.
also used a combination of frogs and other fossils and stuff to try
Mm.
to smash
Seems
things
like,
together.
Seems like kind of a plot hole.
I never read the Michael
Picking
Crichton book.
nits.
It is actually explained better in the book.
Oh,
I've just
Steve's
never
gonna
read
be
the
Yeah,
so
but it's
triggered
not
by
as
that.
cool because you don't get all the
Bum,
visuals
bum, bum, bum,
and the music.
It's a whimsical
and the old
children's
guy.
movie.
No, we did
It's
not.
about a tornado. What's whimsical about that?
My parents wouldn't let me watch it when it first came out because it was so scary.
I had a
Wait,
Jurassic
what?
Park watch that
My
came out
parents
of
were
a
a-
Happy Meal
My
box.
parents were a bit much in the early
I
90s.
wore out our Jurassic Park VHS.
Well, eventually I watched
I
it.
love that movie.
I wanted to see it when it first came out, and I was like 4 or 5, and
Yeah.
they said no.
Now I have the Steelbook on Blu-ray.
Well, but you wouldn't have appreciated it as much at 5 or 4. I can understand.
John, that is BS.
Dude,
Yeah.
have you ever
Oh,
seen
I don't
Josh's
think
kid?
so.
He loves dinosaurs.
5-year-old kids love Jurassic
That
Park.
kid also loves punching me during the College World Series.
Jurassic Park was revolutionary.
That kid is wild, man.
That
Well, I
movie
know. I
is
saw it in the theater. I don't remember a lot of 5 and 4-year-olds, and I'm very grateful for that. Tell your parents thanks. I didn't have to sit through it
John.
with baby Josh sitting in the back going, "Ah,
Go Cowboys, go!"
Oh, those were the
Are-
good old days.
John,
Well,
are you
they-
questioning
yeah,
the
they were.
cultural relevance of Jurassic Park?
no,
Okay.
no,
Yeah,
not at all.
in the
It
90s,
was a good movie.
every kid loved. We were obsessed. Boys were obsessed with
Jurassic
dinosaurs.
Park was hot
Yeah.
in the 90s.
you were
Yeah,
either
but-
a sports kid or a dinosaur kid in my town growing up. Guess which one I was?
I was both, baby.
Shocking.
Yeah, find you a man who can do both. That was me.
Apparently, if you're a dinosaur kid growing up, you're going to be a huge nerd when you're an adult.
I mean,
Again.
I
Yep, that tracks.
I barely remember seeing Snow White, and I was like 5 years old.
I have zero takes on seeing.
What is the
Snow
That's what I'm
White.
saying. I
Is this
just
the
wonder if
Jurassic
you're
Park
old
of your
enough to
time?
have it really.
Oh, that's
thought-
a bummer.
Is
I
the
thought
Jurassic
this-
Park of your time Snow White?
I thought the Sound of Music was the Jurassic Park.
Snow
of
White
John's
came out
time.
long before I was born, but that's the first
Yeah.
movie I remember seeing in the theater.
Was the Jurassic Park of your times would have been Star Wars?
Was
Yes.
it like
Yes.
Fantasia? Was
And I
that?
was 7.
Nick's calling John old.
Yeah.
What's the Jurassic
Oh,
Park?
very
of now?
original.
What's Jurassic Park?
What's the stupid movie? The Lemon Jockey or Chicken Jockey? What's that?
Oh,
crap?
Minecraft.
Wait,
That
what?
garbage. Yeah, I don't even ask. I don't know, John.
It's based
See,
off a computer
nice.
game.
I don't think Minecraft is that culturally relevant anymore.
Nick, did you see how much movie
Do we even
money
make
that movie
culturally
It was mostly
relevant
memes.
movies anymore?
Nick, you cannot say that. If the movie made $1 billion, you can't say it doesn't have cultural relevance.
But I think it was ironic relevance. I don't think it was an
But
actual
still,
pulse of the children
he
of
made
America.
900
No. Whoa. That's so wrong.
Yeah, now Nick
That's
Fact
so wrong.
strikes again.
That's
A
so
second
wrong.
Nick Fact has hit the studio.
I grew up with Minecraft. I love Minecraft. I still play
You're not-
Minecraft.
You're not
12.
the only person.
Yeah, Nick,
Let me continue.
No, it's gonna be a bad take.
Kids now like Roblox and Fortnite more than they like Minecraft. And Five Nights at Freddy's. People were seeing Minecraft. They were around my age or they were younger, but doing it for the memes, not because they actually genuinely wanted to see it.
Okay.
It was
That
a
is
bit. They
incredibly
saw the
wrong.
Minecraft movie as a bit.
See, $957 million worth of people saw it as a bit.
Yes.
That is
And
Nick.
they were all children, and they knew
They
about
weren't all
bits.
children.
I mean, a lot of them were children.
No.
Yeah. A lot of them were.
Fine. Yes, a lot of them were. I misheard the a lot part. A lot of them were children. I don't think it's as culturally relevant in the space of kids right now than you guys think it is.
Okay.
When did the Minecraft movie come out?
Over the summer, I believe. There was all the stories about children being at the movie and freaking out about the whole chicken
Also
jockey.
adults.
Nick,
Somebody's got to take the children to the movies.
Yeah. It came out in April.
This sounds like a movie people were kidnapped and forced to go see.
Yeah, I'm happy I don't have a child.
It was a bit, John.
It was a
bit.
bit.
One
bit.
giant bit.
It was a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that movie's going to be. I've been showing some movies to my child.
Ooh, like?
Oh, are you? Oh, because
I know her.
she
John.
needs to have her time occupied while you're missing the rest of the winter.
She's really started to. Well, these are TV shows. She I think she got bored kind of with Bluey. She really likes Bluey still, but we found Mickey Mouse Clubhouse on Disney Plus. So annoying.
Is that like an old show?
Holy crap!
Or is that
No,
a
they
new
like
show?
redid it and animated it, like
Yeah.
computerized it.
Yeah.
It is horrifically annoying. I would rather watch Bluey 100 million times.
I've heard Blue is awesome.
It is. And then, just various kids' movies and stuff like that. She's super into Toy Story because she likes hats. And Woody wears a hat.
Oh, she must hate Buzz then.
She's not.
She loves Zone
concerned about
TV
us.
today.
She loves Zone TV. Hat.
Look at all these hats.
Hat.
Many hats.
Wow, this
Does she
is awesome.
does she have any new sounds?
Oh, yeah. She does a lot of stuff now. She kind of talks almost a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
You having a conversation with your baby?
She kind of walked a little bit over the weekend.
Oh.
John, I was there. I saw it.
You saw it?
I saw it. I don't ever say that I wasn't there for these crucial moments in my child's life.
Nick, not to trigger you, but many people are reaching out to us telling stories about their children in Minecraft.
Okay.
Kenny writes, I have a 7-year-old obsessed with Minecraft. I can confirm it is relevant today.
Okay. I was wrong.
Can this person confirm whether it is a bit or not?
Kenny, please follow up.
Mm.
Fight says Mickey Mouse Clubhouse is hot garbage.
It's so bad.
What makes it so bad?
It's just so
You
repetitive.
don't like,
like
the
the-
hot dog dance?
Is it like the 2 timeouts in 2 minutes of television shows?
Wow.
It's just like that. I would
Wow.
rather
Awful.
watch Matt Rule lose all of his timeouts in 10 seconds
Don't
than
worry.
watch a Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Still got 4 football games left this year. Lots of timeouts can be called.
Yeah. How many more timeouts does Matt Rule have this year? He's got
24.
He's got 24 more timeouts.
How many timeouts will Nebraska? Let's put this on the board. I realized we didn't cross out Dan's 10-2 the other day. We need to.
Oh yeah,
cross
we
out
got to
Dan's-
start crossing out.
Nebraska has a possibility of 24 timeouts remaining.
Now, I'd have to know their history. Like, how many first half timeouts are they using on average?
I don't think they use all of them normally.
I don't think so either.
I think that they usually go into the half with one, if not both of them. Honestly,
Well, two out of three.
yeah.
You get 3.
So yeah.
So we're
I
gonna-
assume
so
that
this
they
is-
always take one.
So
I
we're
was-
gonna have to.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna have to go to the judges on timeouts used, right?
We will.
Well, yeah.
We'll have an
'cause-
answer. There's a total of 24
No,
possible.
no. But I'm just saying because it's about how they're used, not when they're used.
Oh, I see what
right?
you're saying. So it's not just the number; it's also
Right, because
the
if they're
intent.
using them at the end of a half to try to preserve time for a
that
possession or
makes
something.
sense. Yeah,
That's
for sure.
okay.
That's what I'm saying.
For
How many
sure.
defensive timeouts will he
So
take?
how many more?
On 3rd and 17 for the offense.
Well,
what's
maybe-
going on?
Again, it's broad and we'll have to interpret it, but how many more questionable timeouts will Matt Rule use the
Okay.
rest of the season?
Questionable. Ooh, so there will be a judge.
So if
We,
there
we
is at
have
all
to.
a
I mean, right?
question-
We have to.
I think we could do a two-parter. We could do how many timeouts period, and
All right,
then
so he's
also
got 24 total timeouts.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that he uses 19 out of the 24 timeouts.
Wow, lots of timeouts.
Lots of timeouts, and 7 of them are questionable.
Now,
Wow.
could I make the argument
Damn.
that he will, because he responds sometimes and does the opposite? Could I
Yeah.
make an argument? He actually
Oh.
will now not use as many timeouts.
Yes.
And people say, "Man, why aren't you calling?"
You know,
Yes.
I always say I use timeouts. So what did I do this
Yes.
week? I didn't use any
That's a
timeouts.
I let
great
the time run
point.
out.
That is a great
I'm
point.
worried.
He is a contrarian.
That he may overcompensate.
Yeah, remember what happened after the Maryland game against the next week?
People
against
say we
Wisconsin?
don't run the ball. You know,
Yep.
look at us now. We run the ball.
Yep.
Kind of concerned.
I have a feeling he's going to overcompensate here at some point.
7. That would be awful.
That would be awful.
7 questionable
That's
timeouts.
2 a game.
It's probably high.
I think
purposefully.
that's very high.
I'll
I think
say-
even Matt Rule won't use 7.
I'll say 2 more questionable timeouts, and he will take a total of 16 total. So he will leave 8 on the board over the next 4 games.
Just think about all his timeouts not getting used.
I'm worried a questionable one will come against Iowa.
The
though.
Iowa game is going to have the Iowa. Let me say this: the Iowa game, all the timeouts are getting used.
You think so? So that's 6 right there.
Timeouts.
I'm worried about our friend TJ Lateef in the Iowa game. I am very concerned for that man. I wish him well.
I'm gonna go 12
12 total?
Yeah.
Or 12 problematic.
total.
Okay.
I'm going to go 18.
What did you say?
I
19?
think I said 19.
Well,
Probably high.
yeah. Oh, shoot.
And how many questionable timeouts does he have this year? He's got.
Well,
he's got 3 in the last game.
I was going to say you could make a case all 3 timeouts in the last game were bad.
Yeah.
But
Which one was the other one?
The first one was on defense when it was like 3rd and
Oh,
17.
they
yes.
were all at the very
Yes.
least questionable.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
So
it all-
certainly both of the
Yes.
second half ones. There's no argument to be made about those.
I'm going to say there's only going to be 4.
4
bad ones?
questionable.
4
timeouts.
questionable timeouts.
Still a lot. That's one a game.
It is.
Ready to write these down?
Yeah, we should put that on the board. Kenneth says he's going to 100% overcorrect and leave timeouts in the back.
That's why I'm saying 12.
Well, but then do we
I think he's
do
gonna
we
do to be
count
petty.
that too? So maybe we should define this as
So do like a pie
questionable
chart.
timeout decisions either to use or not to use.
That is the question.
Isn't that a better question?
Yeah, it kind of is. Who wrote that? Was that Bill Shakespeare who said "do or do not"?
Yep.
Or I guess there's
No,
sorry,
that's
that was
Yoda.
Yoda. What about
That
what
was
you
Yoda.
Just, what John
Billy
just,
Shakes.
what John just said though? Whoa, we made it to the Gary and Matt board.
Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah, you could have erased Ferrin's name because after today he long gone. Bye bye, Mike.
Don't sound so excited.
See you when the
Wow.
sun's setting late again.
Come on. You're not going to have him on to talk about the World Series today?
Yeah, he's on
No,
today.
after today.
This is the last day.
Yeah, see you later. Bye bye.
And they don't want to talk about Australian baseball for some reason.
That is correct.
Go
that
Melbourne
is-
Aces.
That is.
Well, I don't think Farron's watching Australian baseball.
He might. There's some American prospects that go over there and
Nah,
play ball over the
He
winter.
watches wood bat stuff. Wooden bats.
Yeah,
and
he'll
rubber
he,
hats.
he watches Arizona Fall League and then you
Light
know.
them.
Mm.
They use wood bats in Australia.
I mean, you've got to recharge the batteries. You can't.
Kewell
Whoa! Speaking of that,
of wood bats.
you Darvish.
What happened to him?
He's got undergoing Tommy John surgery. He's out for next year.
oh,
Dude, that would suck to be having surgery on November 4th. Wow. John
By the
writes,
time he comes back, there'll be a lockout.
John texts in 19 questionable timeouts.
Wow.
All right, give me everybody's totals again.
All right. I was what was I? 16 total. And I think I said 4. Did I say 4 questionable? I think 4. Yeah.
Oh, that was mine.
I'm 12 and 3.
Maybe I said 5, John. Or 3. I don't know.
You have 7.
That's what I said.
That looks like a 2 almost.
Yeah, that's better. Now, it's just a
now it
nub.
looks like an hash mark. I'll go.
Wow, that board is really old. We need to
You have problems writing your 7s.
Do you know what a 7 looks like?
7. Just like that.
What about a 6-7?
Out of my head.
I'm gonna go 18.
And you said what, 2?
Let's go 2. Let's be the low ball. Let's be the optimist here.
This is awesome.
I'm going to be the optimist here, and he's going to overcorrect. Well, but again, if he overcorrects to the point where it's also questionable, I think we count that. So.
Yeah.
So actually,
there's a low threshold for questionable.
Actually, there's the questionable ones. The options are greater than 24 because there's time. There's 24 timeouts,
that's true.
And there's also questionable decisions. I mean, he could have like 8 or 9 questionable decisions about timeouts, but only use 3 of them.
Do I get those included in my number?
Yeah, I think so. This could make overreaction really fun as you guys debate. Like, oh, was that a questionable one?
There was situation alert last year, and now there's timeout alert.
It's a bummer that you were gone yesterday because the whole 3rd and 1 fiasco.
So many
4th and 1,
situations.
that was a great situation alert. Who's doing it? Are you doing it this week?
Yeah.
I mean, I know Matt is because Matt always does it, and it's you. You are going to be up late. Do you want to offer a trade? A trade for 2 big red overreactions to be named later?
No, I'm not some dumb team like the Cowboys who gives up their whole draft for a defensive tackle.
They gave up one part of their draft for a defensive tackle.
That was a first and a second round.
Yeah, sure.
That's big. No. No, I'm not going to trade for 1 for 2.
Future reference.
That's a terrible trade.
What time do you guys think the Penn State game will be? In the day.
2:30.
2:30.
I know before the season there was some scuttlebutt. It could be a night game.
Too cold.
2:30.
Okay.
They don't care about the cold anymore.
Perfect.
There's some other cold games.
We need it to be not nighttime.
Oh, are you doing that show?
Yes.
Also,
in Iowa.
Nebraska hasn't done great at night games this season.
They haven't done great. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's fair. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, except for the opener.
Yeah.
You were
they were fine in the
Chicago.
Chicago.
Sad Husker fan says 11
Chicago.
a.m.
Perfect. That'd be great.
Wood Africa 2010 writes.
Wait, what?
I don't know. 2:30 BTN.
Okay.
What?
Great.
I don't know because
anything that's not nighttime.
There's a rule.
Those are big enough. I don't know what the other games are, but they're big enough brands. They could end up being like the CBS 2:30.
Absolutely, it could. You need a specific number of games on BTN every year, and I think Nebraska and Penn State have already reached their quota.
We've got 2 already.
Yeah,
we've had some FS1s.
Yeah, because Nebraska.
Yeah, but does everyone get quota? I don't think every network has quotas, do they?
BTN.
Just BTN. BTN
has to get at least, yes, they have to get a non-con and a conference game for everybody. Now, some schools have like 8 BTN games.
Yeah,
but it's
Nebraska's
important
already had a conference
because they always want Ohio State, they always want Michigan, they want Nebraska.
Sure.
And so yes, Nebraska and Penn State. I believe the loss to Northwestern, I think, was a BTN game.
It's really evil of BTN to require you to have a conference game on there.
No, it's so the network gets something.
Yeah, but BTN.
What? It's a great network that hires incredible spotters, sometimes for 2 weeks in the year.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
By the way, Matt Rule is 4-2 in home night games, Nick. So isn't that terrible?
Whoa,
this
is a
season?
road
Now
game,
they're
though.
2-4 on the road in night games under Matt Rule.
This season in night games, they are 1-2.
I was just talking this season, specifically this season.
They lost to Minnesota. They lost on Saturday.
Oh,
And then they won.
I'm sorry.
What are you looking at?
Minnesota's
wait a minute.
Friday though. Doesn't count.
It's a pretend.
That's
game.
right. They're 2-2 this. Yeah.
Wait,
I
what's
was
the other one?
I was looking at the
They're 2-2 this year.
Yeah, Akron.
Akron.
Wow, I totally forgot that was. A night
Wow.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, suck on that.
Yeah, they're
Nick.
1-1
Fair.
home and road.
I wasn't at that one either.
Yeah, me neither. I did overreaction that night. With
Overall,
Matt
Nebraska
McMaster.
is 6-6. They have been 2-2 in night games every year under Matt Rule.
Wow.
Look at that. Perfectly normal.
Are you doing it with Matt for Penn State? Does he have to do that one too?
I am with somebody for Penn State. I don't know who.
Is it Gary?
Wow.
I don't know.
This is
I could
incredible.
look.
No, Gary's done. Remember, Gary only did 2.
Forgot he did a second one already.
That was 100 years ago.
Mm.
Yeah. And by the way, Fight is bringing up Cincinnati. We had already mentioned Cincinnati. We
Yeah.
knew that one was a night game. That was the one win. I
That was
thought,
the one
but
win.
then I forgot about Akron.
That's the one win.
Forgot about Akron.
Yep.
John writes, Penn State will be Peacock.
Hmm.
What about a 6?
There's not a Peacock quota, right?
No, there's not. Because they don't do enough games to even have a quota.
That actually might.
I mean, that would drive some subs. You get a Penn State and a Nebraska fan bases.
That might.
Plus, their
that
HD
might
is
be a
awesome.
Peacock.
I'd love that.
Now. That might be a Peacock.
But then I just remembered who would announce it.
Oh,
Don't think I want that. Never mind. Your friend, though, you could get friend of the Grum on.
well, he does love the Connor Happer.
You
show.
could get Phil Simms on.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And then he can hotbox you on the telephone.
Nice. Wow, what a reference, John. I wonder how many of in our audience even remember that.
Oh.
PSU, Penn State is Connor and John. Well, you got the next 2 games, John.
John, it'll be so great.
That is awesome. I can't wait to listen to that.
John, are you going to come into the studio?
Hell no.
I'll buy you chicken.
No, I am not coming to Omaha for chicken.
You want some chicken? That's a new tradition. We buy each other food.
I can't send you chicken,
Now,
John.
wait, now that could
chicken on Black
now
Friday?
that could change.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, I need to see. Hold on.
No, there's no Creighton conflict.
Are you going to come here for the whole
hold
game?
on,
Should we
hold
come here for the whole game? Or are you just going to come for the second
I
half?
could watch a whole game here.
Because
with you.
yeah, Ritz is working that day. I might just come here. It's 11 a.m.
I'll be fresh off of a trip to Las Vegas.
Are you
Nevada.
going?
Yeah.
What? Really?
Wait,
Yeah.
Penn State?
No, for Iowa.
Are you
Oh,
going to
yeah.
be with John?
Well, John will be doing whatever he's doing.
Are they going to give you a second microphone?
I don't know.
John,
I haven't
you should
asked.
play the
I haven't
games with
inquired
him.
about this.
You're actually going.
Yeah.
God, you are a sicko.
I like it.
Well,
I know
yeah,
you do.
You're more than welcome to come.
This is incredible. Look at this. John and Connor, my 2 buds.
Basketball.
More than welcome to join.
I cannot wait to listen.
Well, the last time that John broadcasted a Creighton Baylor game, he said, "Slow it up," and so I got to be there to see that again. Yeah.
Yes. Is it at the crappy arena like last year?
No,
No,
it's at a better one.
the MGM Grand, the Mick Ultra Arena.
Is that
No,
where
that's
the
at
basketball
Mandalay
was?
Bay. It's at Mandalay Bay.
Is that where the basketball was at yesterday that
And-
I saw in Vegas? Where was that at? Somebody was
I
playing.
don't
Oh, BYU was playing in Las Vegas,
Villanova.
which is just so hilarious.
Well,
That
so-
BYU is allowed in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I figured the university would self-combust.
Oh, you should have heard it. It was a BYU home game.
yeah.
People were all over it.
Yeah.
And Florida played Arizona there. I know this because I was
Yeah,
watching because
because you don't
I
have
couldn't
Monday Night
watch
Football.
the football.
I thought you
That's
have
right.
an antenna.
No, I didn't. I remember I haven't been able to successfully
Oh, that's right.
rig one up yet.
We did talk about that on yesterday's show.
Yeah.
I brought an antenna at my parents' house. And we
Imagine
watched
my shock though when I opened my phone and I was
it. We
like,
don't need to talk about it.
"It's 24/7. Are you sure that's right?"
I was
And that the only Cowboy touchdown was a block punt. I'm like,
triggered.
this is so weird.
I was so
That is
mad.
so
I got in my
random and
car
weird.
to drive
Jacoby
home,
Brisket.
and I yelled,
Jacoby Brisket.
and I shook the steering wheel. "Arrgh!" That's what I did. I was pissed.
Really?
I'm so mad. I hate this team. I hate this owner. I hate being a fan of them. I wish I could. I wish John's always like, just don't. I wish I could. I wish I could.
I think you can.
No, I can't.
You can.
Are you calling
You
that-
can do
Are
it.
you calling your franchise a waste of time and effort?
Yes. Shout out, Jake. It is a waste of time and effort. I spend money. I read people that I pay to get their Cowboys coverage. I listen to a daily
Yeah,
podcast
but don't you
about them.
pay for the coverage because it comes with?
No, this is a Substack.
Oh
Because
my
there's a film guy, a
good
Cowboys film.
Lord! What are you doing?
Shout out Bob Sturm. I love you, Bob
What
Sturm.
are you doing?
I like my team, John.
You like the content more than you even like the team.
Yeah,
100%. And I don't even want to read the content, but I have to because I pay for it.
that is.
I listen to a daily show.
What a tough situation.
I think you need help.
Probably.
I think you need help.
Um,
It's official. You need help.
I don't like it.
A sad waste of time and effort and money and whatever Jake said that one day.
Yeah. Wow. He pissed off everybody.
Because
Oh my God!
Michael
he
Rose
yelled at me
Ivy.
so bad.
I texted him today. I said, hey, keep doing what you're doing.
I don't have to text Jake to understand exactly what happened. Jake got hammered, went to the football game, and then tweeted afterwards,
Right.
like he
Is that what
always
it was?
does.
Yeah.
And people got
Well,
mad at him.
and I believe that's not him directly, but I believe that's where Matt Rule's address was geared toward yesterday.
Matt
Rule was
talking to Jake.
No, not him directly, just talking
Poll
to
question.
negative
I was
fans and
confused.
media in general.
Matt
I
Rule
was
wouldn't talk
confused
to
on what Rule
anybody
was
directly,
talking
John.
about yesterday.
Because he says at the beginning, bad mouthing ourselves.
Yeah, he said we got to
The
respect
players are
ourselves.
not, he's not talking about the players when he's talking about that. He's talking about fans and
We
media.
got to get these scumbags. That's what Matt Rule said yesterday.
Yeah.
What's that in reference to? What is that?
Spotlight.
That's
Spotlight.
Right. That's right. Thank you.
He's been in a Mark Ruffalo kick.
Yeah. That's a good movie.
Just that
you
one.
ever
might
see
have-
Spotlight?
No.
I've never heard of Spotlight.
Spotlight is a great.
He might have also been targeting the fans that oohed and awed his time out.
Are you seeing if it's streaming somewhere?
I am. It's Nick Spotlight.
Spotlight
Do you know what
a
it's
hell of a movie.
Do you know what it's about?
I know nothing about
I've
it.
never heard
This
of
is
it.
the first time I'm ever.
Well, you
hearing
guys got to
about
watch
this.
Spotlight.
Turn on your spotlight. Sorry.
It's on Amazon. Wow. I would love
Pick
if
it, please.
if we could do it, but they don't know what it's about until they click play, and then they're like, "Wait a second."
Oh, don't. Yeah,
I mean, we should probably tell them what it's about.
Well, wait.
it's not important.
I mean, yeah, it is. It's a little
It's
bit.
definitely really important.
Yeah.
I kind of want to be surprised.
You won't be.
No.
I don't know.
You'll
It might
find
ruin your enjoyment of it because
Really?
it's a very serious movie.
It's a
about
very serious
It's
topic.
about a very serious topic.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not the most serious topic.
So why is it? So why should it be?
That's Mr. H topics.
So why should it? So why is not knowing what it's
Designated
about?
Hitler.
I don't know if you would go in being like, oh, they say it's a really good movie and we're doing memes from it, and then you click play and you're like, this movie they just did a meme.
It's
from?
it's a heavy movie.
Very.
Yeah.
How long is it?
2 hours.
I mean, I'm fine not
It won
being
many
spoiled.
Academy Awards. It's great.
Yeah, I'm stunned.
This probably means it sucks.
No, it's good. He's in it. I'm trying to remember all the people. Michael Keaton.
Mark Ruffalo.
So Mark Ruffalo's in it.
Oh,
Michael Keaton's in it.
Stanley Tucci.
Stanley Tucci is in it, and what's her name? From Mean Girls. Not
Lindsay Lohan.
Not
No,
Lindsay
no.
Lohan. The other one.
Rachel McAdams.
That one.
Yeah.
I'm fine not knowing
Yeah. Wow.
Rachel McAdams.
because you've
Real
already
good.
said it's about a
Maybe
very
it is
heavy
the most
topic.
serious
So I
topic.
would.
It's among the most serious
Don't
topics.
say it's the most. It's just a very serious
the
topic.
top 3 serious topics.
So it's about the Rams field goal operation.
It is
What do you
not
think
about
the
that.
most serious topic possible is?
The Rams field goal operation. It's a very serious topic. We need
The
to
most
fix
serious topic is the Big H.
Definitely.
That Mr. H was involved in.
And
That
wait,
is
no,
the
wait a
most
minute, wait a minute.
serious.
So
Like,
is it-
this is not Schindler's List.
Mr. H,
Now, wait a
9/11, and
Yes.
this topic.
I would
Those
say
are the top 3 topics.
yes.
this. Well, now
This
wait a
topic
minute.
from the broader sense,
Now-
not this specific instance, but what it encompasses, in
Well-
my opinion.
Is Mr.
The
H
apartheid?
Is Mr. H a topic?
But the thing he did, that's the topic.
Right, but
Like, there's a movie that
but
I've been wanting to watch.
isn't the greater issue the whole
Yes, the
war,
whole shebang.
the whole war itself?
Yeah, but I would say like his angle was the bigger.
I mean,
Anything involving the Mr.
I mean, it was a
H
bad
war.
angle, but I'm
Yeah.
just saying
Yeah.
that was part and parcel of the whole war,
Sure, that's true.
right?
Yeah, that's true.
Is it similar to
Yeah,
That's
take
a
a
good
guess.
topic, by the
Take-
way. Is
take a
Mr.
guess.
H a topic?
Yeah,
402,
honestly, yeah, just start
It's
guessing.
Mr. H
Take your
a
guess at
topic.
what
No,
the
I
most,
don't want
Is it similar to like Taken?
What, abortion?
Like that topic?
Okay, now Nick, I think is kind of
You're in the right. You're like on the right, maybe path ish.
Well, no, I don't want to. If it's so intriguing not to be spoiled, don't have us guess.
okay.
All right.
I don't know if you could. You'd almost have to have somebody click play on the movie for you, John, so you don't see what even the log. I just searched it. The log line gives what the story of the whole movie is. You know, and you would learn right away. Oh,
Well,
that's why they didn't say it.
Wouldn't you figure out what the movie's about when the scene starts?
Yeah, I mean, it's within like
It
2
pretty
minutes.
fast.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, that's what. The
Yeah.
movie is.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no need to.
Dwayne says Nick's not in the ballpark, but he's tailgating near it.
Oh.
Yeah, you really are.
I didn't hear what Nick said. So let's just
Austin,
find.
guessing the topic of Spotlight
This is
Blind
really
is an
funny.
incredible bit. Yeah, Happy New Year,
Happy
obviously.
definite New Year for sure.
Well, all right, are we going to do Spotlight?
What's the most serious topic? Is
Now-
it Matt Rule's use of timeout?
Instead of
very high.
instead of doing Spotlight for a normal movie club, should we do a special crossover movie club?
Oh, wow, we could.
Oh, like we did in Vegas
Like we
with
did
the
in-
Hangover, but
and-
this
Yeah.
is different.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, we won't be laughing as much. Though Ruffalo does have a funny delivery of a line in the movie.
And I said it on this crossover already.
And again, so that's the reason why this is such a funny thing.
It's not. What's funny?
It's not a funny movie.
No, it's
no,
not.
no,
funny.
no. But what is the funny part?
There's just a few memes.
Oh,
from it.
memes. Okay,
yeah,
the
yeah.
memes are funny.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's like one particular line.
Mark Ruffalo
deliver-
just gets nice and fired up at one point during
He
the
does.
movie.
Okay.
Yeah. Sad Husker fan. I looked it up. That's a heavy subject. This
I
subject
mean,
is
it
so
top,
heavy.
Top 3
It's top
heavy
3.
subject.
Top 3 heavy subject.
I don't know.
Charles just read the wiki. Jeez.
Wow, that you guys can be so lighthearted about such a heavy topic is concerning.
I just think it's fun. I've never thought about it as top 3 heavy topic before. I never thought about it.
Where are we at on the is Mr. H a topic?
Oh, we didn't answer that question.
Well, you see, that's the thing. I think it's it's the whole war.
Yeah, the whole war's pretty bad.
I mean,
Or anything touching.
Yeah, people don't talk about Mr. M as much.
No, there's not very
well,
many
yeah,
movies
because he
about
was just
Mr.
a
M.
patsy. He was just an idiot who was just like, he was basically Mr. H's jock sniffer.
Mm.
Oh, look, that guy's doing a lot of
What,
stuff,
are
and
you-
he's got a lot of people going on.
I've never seen a movie
No,
about
no,
Mr.
no, no,
M
no, no.
before.
That's what?
You're saying that's what he was. He would. He played
was white
yes,
knighting.
yes, he was white knighting
Now,
Mr. H.
What do
Absolutely.
we call the other Mr. H in World War II? Because he was also a Mr. H,
Which other Mr. H?
Emperor of Japan. People forget he was one of the Axis.
I think you're talking about him.
Yeah, but he really didn't.
Also a Mr. H.
He didn't really do a whole lot. He was a figurehead.
Not to interrupt this, we should probably go to break because we have Ferrin coming up.
That's
pretty soon.
Oh, that's true. It is
Yeah.
getting late.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year.
Wow, we're getting close now to the actual New Year.
Yeah, we are.
I think
Wait to hear this
we
in
should
2 months.
we should add up the number of weeks we have left. It's like 6-7 weeks left, probably. We're getting close, baby.
The crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. We will get the drum going next on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick.
Hi.
What's going on?
Oh, I thought you were going to have a take.
I don't really have one. Other than there's 19 minutes and 55 seconds left in the trade deadline.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
What an odd time, by the way, to end. I mean, even baseball goes to like 5 o'clock Eastern time, which is like usual close of business.
They want to get home to the dinner with their families.
It's the NFL. They don't care.
Oh, that's true.
They literally schedule games during the dinner hour. The Super Bowl is literally scheduled during dinner time, right?
That's true.
What's for dinner?
They've never, and
Super Bowl.
as we have found out, football is a gimmick to sell food,
That is true. There is the
according
commercial.
to the Uber Eats.
Oh,
That is true.
Yeah. So the NFL cares not about your food as long as you're buying your food from a concession stand or a sponsor of the National Football League
bum, bum, ba-da-da-da.
or something like that. And I just realized that engaging conversation.
Oh, no. Did you not finish the grum down?
I didn't. I didn't.
Brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. That grum down, John.
Yeah.
Make the right call.
I can give you some topics.
Get the right call,
Oh, you-
John. I mean,
It's filled.
it is now.
I was worried that it was going to have 2 things on it. Because sometimes you do that on accident. You're like, oh, crap.
Oh, we've done 2 topic shows before.
Yeah, it's called football season,
Mhm.
which now we are.
almost over.
It is now going to be combined with
We're on a downhill slide.
Another day closer to college baseball.
basketball.
It is getting
season.
closer to the baseball season, but it's also basketball.
Getting
season.
closer to the 2026 football season, though.
It was kind of interesting last night because I famously don't have ESPN right now.
Why not?
Because they and YouTube TV have gotten a divorce.
Well, you used to have ESPN. What happened?
I did.
Handshake meme.
I
I know
did.
about that.
I did. I guess I should have waited another month before I ditched the Allo cable.
Yeah, it's a tough look for you.
Because I didn't have to do it right away, but then we heard about it. We was like, oh, we might as well just do it.
Mhm.
Little did I know, like a dumbass,
Yep.
that this is what was going to happen.
You're just excited, John. I get it.
But yeah, watching some Arizona, Florida, and some Villanova, BYU last night while Josh's Cowboys were doing whatever the hell they were doing last night.
Being annoying.
The referees, Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. What is Nebraska's record going to be? We got a poll question. A Dana Drive deep dive.
Nice.
All D's.
Now, are we actually doing that today?
Yes.
Okay. I got some stuff, too, for you on Nebraska's offense and how it's kind of offensive.
Mike Ferrin will be along from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio
Very
for the
shortly.
final time
Very shortly.
in 2025.
Oh, man, I'm going to miss him.
Michael Bruns of Husker247.com
Oh, nice.
dipping into the old mail sack.
Mm.
I thought about creating a mail sack, just a header graphic that we could put up there, and when
Could have been
There's
like
a-
the bottom of the sack.
there's a poor dude who's got 100-pound scrotum.
What?
Yeah.
You were looking for graphics,
Well, I just typed in mail sack.
And you found 100-pound
and he found a male sack.
Yeah, it
What's
was a
in there?
Did you
It was
type
a
the word
CNN
male
story.
wrong?
MALE.
Yeah.
I did.
What's in there beyond the obvious?
I don't know.
100 pounds. Ouch.
Poor guy.
Ah.
He was getting out of a van and presumably going to the doctor.
Maybe that's where he kept his movie theater snacks.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com will be along.
Mm.
Did you see this? The playoff committee symbolically hung up their hats. Did you see
No,
that?
I missed that.
So the playoff committee, as they're walking into the committee room, Troy Dannon included, they all had generic college football playoff caps,
Oh my
and
gosh.
they all hung them on
Good job,
the
guys.
rack.
We accomplished nothing.
I don't like these people.
Be happy for us. We didn't do anything.
Don't like these people.
There was a mixed bag of college basketball opening day results featuring the local teams.
Wait a second.
And would the Cowboy trade have mattered last night?
The
They made
answer is
two of
no.
them. They made 2 of them, Josh. You made 2 trades today.
None. It would not have. It
Congratulations.
would not have mattered. No, it would not have mattered. Don't care about the 7th rounder. That's fine. The other one, Quentin Williams. Is good.
Nah, he says.
He's good at least, but it doesn't matter. Nothing.
Nah, he says.
Nothing matters. Nothing matters.
Well, it does matter what you think, and we like to hear from you at 402-951-1620.
Isn't that a hotline?
Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
Golly, did you know each week we're giving out a $100 gift card to the Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino?
I did.
You can enter right now at 1620thezone.com.
You can.
Awesome.
The Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. And yes, we have a poll question for you on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Is it the Mr. H poll from the crossover?
No, it is not.
Okay.
I'm going to repost it right now from my account. Just
Lovely.
Just that. What sucks is you got to undo it and then redo it.
Correct. Just
So that it
redo
gets back to the top of the timeline.
Yep.
But with 3 games left in the 2025 regular season, Nebraska football is 6-3. What will their record be after Black Friday against the Iowa Hawkeyes? 4 options. They could win out and go 9-3. They could go 2 out of 3 and go 8-4. They could win 1 out of 3, which in baseball would be a good average.
Hall of Famer.
And go 7-5, or they could lose out.
Oh boy.
And go 6-6.
That is called the Pain Cave.
That's the Nick option.
Wow. Nick's option is still available on the board.
He will be, well, he could be the next person crossed off.
He would be.
I could be.
Yes.
Actually, yeah.
Either Nick is going to get crossed off or
nobody.
Sybil, no.
Oh, yeah.
Sybil, Schreiner, Jimmy,
and Michael
will meet their maker.
I lost confidence in my score prediction the second they won against Cincy.
And now you're feeling it might be back on the menu, boys. 6-6 back on the menu, boys.
Go vote now. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page.
John writes, last night Boise State lost to a D2 team from Hawaii Pacific. Their campus is literally in a shopping mall. What a dumb sport.
I saw. Well, whoa.
Handshake.
Nebraska played a team who has a CVS within eye shot
for now
of the stadium.
Yeah.
So pump your brakes on that.
I will also, I like Amy Just. I read not most or not all of her work, but most of her work. I want to read the start of her column.
Please do.
The shoe squeaks could be heard from the concourse, with 13,555 stunned fans scattered throughout PBA. And then she gave what happened, how they couldn't score. Stunned fans? Was anyone surprised that Nebraska's offense in basketball was bad at the start of a season? They usually suck. I did laugh a little bit.
Didn't they put up like 80 some odd points last
it was in the second half. She added clank, another clank, another clank. They had a lot of clankers.
Clanks.
They were the clank boys.
I mean, they still won
again, like Amy, I just thought that was funny.
They won by 30.
Yeah, I'm the
I
one
get
who's
it.
being the jerk here.
Oh,
not her.
I see.
I'm saying who was stunned?
Yeah.
Who would be stunned?
By the way, the bettors are really causing some consternation on the old Nebraska UCLA line. This thing has been bouncing like.
Wait, where is it at now?
It's now at 1.5
again.
According to the Action Network, it opened at Nebraska -4.5.
See, now I don't know where that happened because on Sunday,
that's probably a preseason line,
okay,
or a look ahead line from earlier.
Yeah, because on Sunday when I woke up, I checked it immediately, and the first line I saw was UCLA as the favorite. And so, my thought immediately was
it's very possible that line was a look ahead line.
Yeah, my thought was, the scuttlebutt about Raiola being out for the rest of the year is true. And then we did eventually learn that it was true. But over the course of Sunday, before that news dropped, Nebraska became the favorite again. And they went all the way back to a 2.5-point favorite.
Well, okay, according to Vegas Insider, their open also had Nebraska -4.5.
I wonder where that was.
So that must have been a look ahead line from a few weeks ago. But now it's at 1.5 after it topped out at UCLA -3.5.
Beringer fan says 6-6 is not on the menu. 2 words, Heinrich Harburg. If we go in 5 games in 23 with basically an undersized fullback, I can't see how we lose 3 games with a legit, admittedly green, but legit quarterback.
They are not. Okay, well, you can't compare those two.
Yeah, they're on the road, and then they're playing the team that tortures them.
Yeah.
It's
6-6 is absolutely on the table. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's absolutely on the table.
But it is very much
if you don't think 6-6 is on the table, then you've got more rose-colored glasses than Matt Rule himself.
I would agree.
which he should have rose-colored glasses.
Kenneth points out they've lost 3 games with Dylan Raiola at quarterback. Exactly.
They lost to Minnesota.
Yeah, they suck.
Have any of you been watching football this year? Anything is possible.
That's true.
All right, we'll come back. Ferrin joins us. We'll recap the World Series.
Ferrin!
And put a bow. And we're going to look back at our money picks.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Our money picks.
Oh, no. I forgot about that.
Were they bad?
Well, we'll find out next on 1620 The Zone.
The Omaha men's basketball team continues their season-opening road trip coming up on Thursday night in Abilene, Texas, against Abilene Christian. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp. Join me for all the play-by-play action, beginning with the pregame show at 6:30. Tip-off 7 o'clock on 1180 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Circus is on the air.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Ferrin Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Ferrin. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Actually going to hold up this week because last week it was
low T.
You remember what happened to this mic boom? It went to Mike's house. This old mic boom.
They used to just do this.
They used to just do this the whole show. That went to your house.
Yeah, they have pills for that now.
Exactly.
We used to make the exact same joke. Amazingly enough,
oh.
Mike, you didn't hear it yesterday, but for the second time featuring a dramatic late inning victory involving the Toronto Blue Jays in a World Series deciding game, I missed the ending.
What?
No.
He was putting air in his car
man.
tires.
I was so good. I had the game on in the press box on my phone. I was paying attention. I had it on in the press conference. I had it on when Andy Pages made the excellent catch as I'm walking through the parking lots, and I had the information before the people in the parking lots, and it was fun to listen to everyone react. I had it on in the car. I'm driving home, and the wife gets the alert that says her tires are going low. And so I said, okay, park it out here. I'll get it filled up. I knew that the game, and then the phone battery is dying. So I have to shut off the phone. And I knew the game was going to the 11th. And I thought, I'm fine. Fill up the tires. It takes no more than 5 minutes. I swear to God, that has to be the fast I get into the house. I had already turned on the TV, knowing I didn't want to be fumbling around with remotes. I went in, turned on the TV, then went right back out, did my work, then got the car done, went in the garage, came back down, and there's Tom Verducci interviewing Will Smith. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I couldn't believe it. It was worse than the time I fell asleep on Joe Carter's home run.
Touch a ball, John. You'll never miss a bigger home run in your life.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
One of the mistakes that you made that we didn't talk about yesterday was, why didn't you click pause when you opened it up?
Man,
That's a good call.
Yeah,
you should have taken a time out like Matt Rule did.
See, if I would have but the problem is Matt Rule had already used all the timeouts,
That's
and so
true.
I didn't have any left.
That's a good point.
You know what? That's a great point. I should have paused it. I should have paused it.
Yeah.
But
missed it by that much.
Yeah. But I did. I mean, to me, I listen, I know the home run and the 11th, the ground, all that stuff. To me, the Andy Pages catch is the signature moment of the World Series, in my opinion.
That's a fun topic.
In my opinion, because it was, as soon as he hits it. So it's funny. Like I said, I knew it before the guy in the tailgate as I'm walking by the tailgate. As soon I hear the guy yell, "Oh, that's gone." And I'm like, "Oh, no, it's not." And then people are going crazy. And I was like, that was such an amazing catch because it should not have been caught. I mean, when you collide like that and you're going to the wall, that should not be caught. I don't know what the catch difficulty was on all the analytics and whatnot, but that should not have been caught. And yet it was caught. And I thought, man, what a moment.
So it was a 60% catch probability from what I understand, which is actually pretty low. That makes it a 3-star play. But all of that just takes it into account, like what would be a straight line route to that ball. It doesn't talk about the fact that, he was just into the game or that he trucked the left fielder to get to it or that there was a fence there, right? So that's just kind of like working in open space. So the degree of difficulty, I think, was significantly higher than that. But yeah, it was an incredible catch. It's funny to think.
How far did he come, though, to get it?
Yeah, it was 100 some odd feet because they were actually playing fairly shallow, which is crazy because there were 2 outs, right? I mean, Clement is not Clement isn't a slugger. I mean, he had a lot of singles, so maybe you're playing in to try and take that away from him. I mean, he set the postseason record for most hits. So maybe that's the case. But yeah, it was, I don't know how you can pick just one iconic moment from this World Series. I mean, it really was like when you think about it, even the Blue Jays wins where they got some distance were close games late. Like game 2 where the Dodgers won in Toronto, that was a 1-1 game to the 7th, right? Like, there were so many big moments in incredible games, and 6 and 7 certainly didn't disappoint. And the Blue Jays stranded the entire province of Manitoba over the last 2 games of the series. So they had all these chances to win and just couldn't get the big hit. And I think, I think we probably spent way too much time talking about how far Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was off third base when the ball was hit on the out before the Greg catch, right? And it was a bang play. Like if Miguel Rojas keeps his feet, he's out by a mile, right? Like all of those things are there. But I think it's because we've been searching for a GOAT, right? And the thing is that there wasn't one. And that's part of what made these games so exciting is that 2 teams just played their backsides off for 7 straight. And there wasn't the oh my God, that's the miscue that costs you the World Series. That never really happened. And so I think that's part of why I think it feels like it's one of the greatest, if not the greatest World Series that we've seen in our lifetime. I mean, it's, John, you and I are old enough that 75 is a little before me. You were alive for that, but probably don't remember.
I don't remember any of it.
That was a great one, but it's in the last 50 years, it's got to be the best. That one's the only other one that I feel like has a chance. 91 was good.
91
good until game 7. People forget about that.
Game 6. I mean, game 6 was great.
Yeah. So and there have been a lot of years where the game 6 has been the best game.
Yes.
And game 7 hasn't. So this was like 91 in that regard, where game 6 is Puckett makes the catch against the plexiglass and then hits the home run, and Jack Buck girls, we'll see you tomorrow night. And then game 7 is 1-0 into the 10th, right? So I think all of those things were, it was a fantastic 9-day festival of baseball. It was really cool.
Yeah, Mike, I thought of a couple things from this. So the first was that Los Angeles won 3 all-time memorable, the 18-inning game, game 6 and game 7. And if any of those go against them, they are not the champions, which you don't know that in game 3. But the other thing is, we've already mentioned a few of the memorable plays that happened in game 6 and 7 in our conversation. I wonder when you think back to those 2 games in particular, beyond the obvious moments, how many lesser moments or lesser plays happened that if that goes against the Dodgers, the Blue Jays end up being the world champions, because there was a lot of, the ground rule double is the one where I just can't stop thinking about, and then the double play to end game 6 was, Riss and I are freaking out, just screaming at the television. That was amazing.
And how about the fact that it's the reason that Kike Hernandez was able to get that read is because the crowd went silent at the moment on the line drive, right? It's because you're everybody takes that collective gasp, right? And then he could hear that it was a broken bat, and so he was able to charge it aggressively.
Crazy.
That's crazy, right? It's absolutely insane.
Well, and I don't know at second base. Because I thought initially, did he touch second base? Did he touch? It was. Oh.
And then, of course, the play at the plate, where the foot is tied.
I am so thankful.
I cannot believe that.
So thankful that we didn't have an elongated replay review, and because if it would have ended on whether or not his foot was on the plate, it would have been so anticlimactic. So I was so thankful.
I agree. But the whole thing was, I haven't thought about it quite in that context, Josh, because it's not my story to tell. And so I haven't been able to wrap my head around that yet. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that there's one that I can think of. I would probably have to go back to game 3 where Toronto had a bunch of chances late in the game in extra innings, right, to take the lead. I think back to the Jeff Hoffman, the closer for Toronto, had a weird season, right? He was the first quarter or third of the year. He was a major reason why they were able to stay afloat when they were struggling, because he was pitching so well. And then he had a long stretch where he was really homer prone. And in September, he kind of rediscovered his slider, and he was really good down the stretch and really good in October. And it was the slider as a pitch that he gets beat on, right? He just mislocates it a little to a guy who's got a little bit slower bat. And if you were to pick any of the Dodgers players, maybe only Justin Dean would have been less likely than Miguel Rojas to hit a home run in that situation. So some of it is just bad luck, right? Or that's baseball of it. So it was a magical World Series. It was great postseason. I think we had 5 winner take all games, right? Something like that.
So, the Cubs Padres series was tense.
Well, of course, the
Cubs Brewers was tense. I mean, just thinking of my team.
Mariners
alone.
Tigers game 5 was ridiculous.
Mariners Tigers was crazy.
Mariners Blue Jays game 7 was great.
Yes.
You know? I mean, the Cleveland Detroit series. I did that one. That was an awesome series, right? Like, think about it. The playoffs start with Tarek Skubal punching out 14, and then Cleveland busts open a tight game the next day.
Yep.
And then Detroit, barely hangs on. Like in game 3, like they get a lead late. Like the whole thing was awesome. It was really a great postseason. It's gonna be a shame when they shut down the sport in another year.
Yeah, well, we can get to that in a second. And of course, I go back to the Tommy Edman play, from game 3. How great that was. So I mean, I guess I kind of come full circle back on which was the better defensive play, Andy Paez in the 9th or Tommy Edman in game 3, because they were both amazing plays that without them, now certainly, we don't know exactly what's going to happen if Edman doesn't make that throw. I mean, it doesn't save a run. Obviously, the Paez play saved the World Series, but without Edman's play, who knows how that inning plays out, and do we even have an 18-inning game to begin with?
Yeah,
Mike, don't know.
Mike, going back to what you just said, like these are the playoffs that you just always hope for as a fan, right?
Yeah,
like if you watch the sport all the time, like you don't get this very often, like a truly great postseason, and then to cap it off with a great World Series with the last 2 games being as memorable as they were. I mean, it's the stuff you dream of as
and we had a great regular season too. I mean, think about what the regular season was like, right? At one point, you had the biggest teams in the sport fighting to keep their seasons alive in the middle of the year. Like, we were legitimately talking about, could the Yankees, Mets, and Dodgers all miss the playoffs, right? Like, that was a real thing that we were discussing. It was a possibility for all of that. Like, that was legit. The Dodgers weren't playing well, right? The Mets obviously missed the playoffs. The Yankees had a prolonged stretch where they really struggled this summer. So you had this. You had Milwaukee had the best record in baseball, right? The smallest market in the league. So it was really a magical season. And the individual performances, like Skubal's going to end up winning back-to-back Cy Young Awards. He was absolutely dominant. Cal Raleigh hit 60 home runs as a catcher, freaking catcher. Yeah, it was an incredible year.
How big is the talking point going to be about Dodger dominance, and we got to do something about this? How much oxygen is that going to take up this offseason?
Well, more than it should, I think. I mean, I think that I don't want to sit here and be Pollyanna about baseball's issues in terms of the revenue disparity between teams, because it does exist. But we're really all of this is not new, first of all, right? Like, history constantly repeats itself. It's the same conversation we had about the Yankees in the late 90s and early 2000s, right? And remember that they had gone 20 some odd years without winning a championship, or nearly 15 years, I guess, right between 81 and 81 wasn't there. It was 78.
They won the 70s. Yeah.
78. So 78 to 96. So 18 years.
Yep.
And then they won 4 out of 5, right? And that's kind of where we are with the Dodgers right now too. So past is prologue, right? Like, this happens every once in a while. And there are some fan bases that feel really frustrated, and it's a lot easier to blame the system than it is to blame your owner, which in most cases, at least of the most egregious offenders of this, like the Pirates or the Marlins, really it's on ownership, right? Because it's not like they aren't getting any money, and the amount of revenue sharing that's split up is significantly more now than it was in the last CBA. It's not the same as the NFL, but it can't be. I mean, the NFL is 1 game a week, and everything is a national television contract, and all of the revenue is funneled into the same spot. And so, the players deserve a percentage of that. That's fine. That's the way it's capped. Baseball is far more black box, and the owners are much more interested in creating a league that only focuses on the revenues that's directly attributable to what happens inside the stadium, as opposed to what they're actually using outside of it, where they're making money to help fund their games. And all that does is reduce the salaries of players, right? Yep. And so that's where a lot of this issue lies. So yeah, it's going to take up far more time. And I think because the commissioner had said that there's going to be a lockout, because that's the standard course of business. that was not a smart thing for him to say, I don't think. And even though it's true, and every team, I can tell you, I've had 3 conversations with team employees this week, not all of them in baseball, that have talked about how they are planning for the lockout. Like, this is something that the owners feel like they can, this is the hill that they're willing to kill the sport on. And it's a mistake on their part, because I don't think that they realize that we have so many more entertainment options available to us that baseball could go away very quickly as being relevant. And and people will find other things to do. And the other part of it is that, like, go back and look at the work stoppages we've had and see how many of the owners have come out really good on the other side.
Not
It's
many.
like, what's the definition of insanity? It's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And this whole idea of pressure, by creating these deadlines and creating the system that forces you to make a negotiation and have it done, and the idea that the players are going to cave has never happened. Like, it's just like, the players haven't caved. And I don't think they're going to. They are more well-heeled than they ever have been too, through all sorts of licensing agreements and whatnot that they have. So, like, this is really, it's billionaires trying to figure out how they can hold on to the most of their money. And that's the story of America right now too, right? So yeah, it fits. And the people that are going to suffer are the fans in this case, not really the players.
So you would be how surprised if there was any movement of significance on the labor front this offseason?
Oh, there's not going to be any. Like, I don't.
We are stuck in this holding pattern, and the real action won't start until there's actually a labor strife.
I mean, here's the thing: is that, like, they could really cut to the quick out a good chunk of this if the league came to the players and the owners came to the players and were like, we're not even going to try in the cap and floor stuff, and the players said, okay, well, that's great, you know, we're not even going to try and push for earlier free agency or extended arbitration, right? Like, you could get to this really quickly without wasting anybody's time, get down to what it is. The biggest issue is that the owners need to figure out exactly what they're willing to share, right? So just so people have an understanding, this is how baseball is very complicated compared to the other sports, in large part because it's not capped, but also because of the way that the reserve clauses worked, right? So in the last collective bargaining agreement, revenue sharing went from 17% to 38% for each team. So what that means is that every single team, all 30 of them, take all of their revenue and they put it into a pot, and then 38% of that gets distributed. And in some cases, it means you're getting back way more than you put in. And in other cases, like the Dodgers, you are paying a lot of money to help subsidize those other teams. The other part of it is that part of that revenue sharing, or what goes into revenue sharing, is now the luxury tax penalties. That wasn't the case until this time. So outside of the first like 10 million or so that funds the pension, the rest of those all get distributed to the teams that are the smallest 15 markets. So they're getting a ton of cash, right? And they're getting all this money, and there are a few of them that are not spending it on players and payroll. And that's where it is. And the problem that the players have with all of this is, okay, so what is baseball revenue? So are the parking lots around a stadium, is that baseball revenue, or is that the owner's revenue? Because the owners would argue with you, it's like, hey, listen, that's not actually part of the game. I own those lots. I should get that money. And that's fine. But you're also got 81 dates a year that those are being used for parking for the game. And that's where the players' argument is.
Yeah.
In Atlanta, right? And the Braves, you can see their finances because it's publicly traded, right? They're part of a publicly traded company. That whole area that they built around it, the Battery, right? That's all owned by the Braves. They make millions of dollars in that, tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions.
Especially on 81 game days.
But they make it on the other game days. They make it on non-game days as well because of what they've built. Mm-hmm. So the question is, how much of that, if any, should be considered baseball revenue? And the other complicating part is that, okay, if you say, no, it isn't, well, is it funding their payroll at all? Because then if it is, then to me, it's baseball revenue. Right?
Yes.
And I think that's what the players would argue too. So this is complicated, right? It's not just as simple as saying, let's put in a floor and a cap and everything's going to be okay. Listen, Kansas City has been incredible, right? And they're a much smaller market than Los Angeles is. But there have been more different teams in the World Series over the last 25 years, a much higher percentage. 60% of the league has been in the World Series, whereas in the NFL, it's like 13 of the 32 teams, right? It's less than half. So again, a cap doesn't fix everything. It makes you feel good and warm inside, when it happens, but a cheap owner is still a cheap owner. And if they're not good at what they're doing, they're not going to be better in a cap system. It's not like all of a sudden they're going to be like, yes, now we've got a path to contending.
Mike, one more question for you, and I want to ask you about Toronto. I'm looking back over the last decade at teams that lost Game 7 of the World Series, and I'm going to remove the 19 Astros because the next year was the COVID year. They all came back, and they some of them made the World Series. The Royals won it after losing in Game 7 in heartbreaking fashion. Cleveland came back, and that was the year that they had the crazy long winning streak. Now, they didn't make it to the World Series, but they still did. The Dodgers made it back after losing in Game 7. And now that gets us to here. And so I use that as a way just to wonder, what are you expecting from Toronto? Because, like, man, that is as close as you can get in a Game 6 and then in a Game 7 without winning a World Series. And I always, as I get older, I just think of it from the human side of, I cannot imagine waking up the next day and thinking of all the work I put in to be that close and to not lose. What do you think, knowing what they're going to have back and what they're going to have in terms of their 26 possibilities?
Yeah, I mean, they lose Bo Bichette potentially to free agency, but they should gain a healthy Anthony Santander, who wasn't really healthy all year and was their big free agent signing. We're actually going to talk about this tomorrow on our show, just in like, what if the Jays just run it back with everybody other than Bichette? Like, are they good enough offensively? Because they've had a lot of guys that are role players, like Ernie Clement. Nathan Lucas is a 30-year-old, guy with barely any service time who's a huge part of their team. And, like, can they compete with that? I mean, I think they should be pretty good. They're a team that certainly has shown a willingness to spend on everything except for traveling the radio broadcasters. I think which they did during the postseason, but like not doing during the year. Again, Rogers Communications owns them, which is like one of the 2 or 3 biggest telecommunications companies in the Americas. So it's like, I think that they're still going to be really competitive. They play in a tough division too. Boston's going to be better. The Yankees are going to be, they're always good. They haven't had a losing season
they'll be the
in
Yankees.
30-some odd years. The Orioles are the Orioles are trying to do what the Blue Jays did. The Blue Jays went worst to first. The Orioles are a really talented roster. So the path isn't easy for them, but I expect them to be competitive. And really, outside of last year, they've been competitive over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And thus puts another bow on another baseball season. And now Mike can concentrate on the Bears. And for the first time in how many years, the Bears might actually be relevant at the end of a baseball season.
Well, what a game on Sunday.
Yeah, they're going to lose to the Giants on Sunday. I'm not worried about that.
The Giants are going to lose to the Giants?
I am curious a little bit here because obviously, Josh, you were a big part of the news cycle last week.
It was weird.
Yeah, I am curious. How controlling do you think that the current coach of Nebraska is trying to be on messaging, and how much do you think that led to all of the leaks that came out that were clearly not your fault, but maybe the people around him that were letting people know an extension was close? Because that's the part that really bothers me about it, is it's like, hey, bruh, take care of your own house.
Yeah, he has been very controlling from day one, which we all knew. We've heard a lot of stories, right, about like how much he pays attention to like what is being said about him and what is being said about the team. That 24 hours, man, was the craziest of my career. Absolutely the craziest of my career.
He was way out of line. I want to just make that clear. And I hope that this gets back to him. He was way out of line. Like and you want to call me, I'll let you have it, because I think that's a joke. Because it's your people that were telling people that you had an extension. And this is how it works. You're a public figure. You don't get to control the message. You know who's like, I was thinking about this today. The Atlanta Braves, you never know what they're going to do until they do it. Like nobody had any idea that they were going to hire Walt Weiss as their manager until he announced it. You know who's like one of the least controlling people I've ever met? Alex Anthopoulos, their president of baseball operations. He's just like, man, like, just don't tell anyone. Okay, cool. Like, that's the way you do it, instead of like trying to control every little message. It's like, I was so irritated by that story last week because I thought it was so clownish. Like, it was so ridiculous.
A piece of advice.
I think Matt Rule's a good football coach, despite his clock management on Saturday against USC. I think he's a good football coach, and I think it was the right thing for Nebraska to extend him. He's brought this program a long way in 3 years. But, bro, take a chill. Come on, man.
Recording,
it's not like you got fired.
Recording a announcement podcast that lasted an hour the day before it was officially announced. And I don't know how many people are involved on that set, for whatever you want to call it. But that's people that didn't have to know that something was going down.
Correct.
That then suddenly knew it was going down.
Correct.
And you probably
all of a
should.
sudden it was there. Weird.
Yeah. Who knew?
What are you talking
Good
about?
scoop.
This? What do we mean this timeout issue?
Timeout, Nebraska.
Mike, I don't know if I've ever heard a gasp like that from a timeout being called by a team. It was wild.
That's absolutely amazing. Hey, listen, that happens, right? Like miscommunications happen in games. And I hope Dylan Raiola ends up being okay. That was really a bummer, man. Like that's tough. That's tough news and looked like he was starting to put together, but onto the frosh.
Onto the frosh. That's right. The Teefies.
The Teefies.
How do you think Northwestern's going to do against the USC this weekend? Still need one more win to get bowl eligible.
I know.
Well, but this one's in LA.
Yeah,
They
so
play
but they're coming off the bye, John. They're coming off the bye. They beat Minnesota.
Probably use one of these.
Timeout, Nebraska.
That's good. That's a good drop.
Mike, it's been fun again.
What a great season.
Pleasure's been all yours.
Here.
I can't wait to call my questions idiotic next season, Mike. It's a real pleasure.
I just am I'm just excited for you to tell all the stories that you're allowed to tell now. So that's.
Hey, next time you're in town, let's go have a drink. Well, you'll be preparing for the College World Series, so never mind. Someday in the future.
How do you think I'd prepare for the College World Series, Josh?
Oh, there you go. That's a good call.
I mean, he's from Chicago.
That's a great call.
That's the Chicago way.
Timeout, Nebraska.
This will last till spring training. All right, let's see you guys.
Bye,
All
Mike.
right, there he goes. Mike Ferrin, ladies and gentlemen, the great Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Bye, Mike.
So we have two things to do on the board. We got to cross off the 10-2 prediction from Dan. We have to erase Mike's name. See you later.
Oh, you are such a harsh
See you
person.
later.
By the way, so
You're a
here's how we
monster.
did.
I'm just saying we got to erase it.
Here's how we did. And these were the bets we placed. We gave each other 100 fake dollars.
Okay.
And
Oh, you almost got back to zero.
I hit two of them.
Dang, should have put more on
The
the
Reds
Dodgers.
over 79.5 wins paid me $19.80.
Nice.
And the Dodgers winning the World Series paid me $68. So by my broken math, that's $87.80.
Okay. So that was what you did.
Josh made a profit
Let's freaking go.
by pouring $40 of his money into the Rockies having the worst record and the Dodgers winning the World Series. He made a cool $130.
Sometimes it's smart just to do the normal smart things.
That's fair.
Oh, look at Nick.
And Nick
he made the least amount of money.
Nick made $31 on the Rockies bet and $29.50 on the winning division of the World Series, being the NL West.
Wow.
This is
Good
actually
job, Nick.
collectively the best we've done.
Yeah, I was going to say normally we suck.
Normally someone makes like $10. Whoa. So we didn't do too bad.
All right. Well, we'll do better next year. When the season begins in late March, in what country this time? Is it Japan again, or is it somewhere else? It was somewhere else.
It might be Japan or it might be Korea. I don't remember.
I don't remember.
When we come back, before we get to, actually,
let's get to Brunts.
We'll get to Brunts, and we'll do a K Ford update.
I like K Ford.
Back to square one. 1620 the zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
What are you cackling about?
Well, let's say hi to Brunts first.
Oh, hi, Brunsey.
Hi, Brunts.
What is Josh? What's Josh cackling about?
So Brunts, we did this thing before the baseball season where we had 100 pretend dollars and we made as many baseball bets as we wanted to.
A lot of prop bets.
Yeah, I just did 5, and I ended up on the. I was the only one of us who actually made pretend money. I wish I would have actually done this. John texts into the show and says, Josh winning the baseball bet is like the girlfriend that wins the NCAA tournament pool based on the uniform she likes best. Now, what I did, Brunts, is I put a lot of money on the Dodgers to win the World Series and the Rockies to have the worst record. And so that right there allowed me to clean up.
Because you're a baseball guy. You know those things.
And because I know ball, baby. I know ball.
Ball knower.
Yep, that's what they call me. I did watch way more baseball this year than I have in years.
Well, you're like tangentially a Mariners fan, right?
I think I'm gonna be like Stibbs. I think I'm gonna work myself into a shoot and actually start caring.
Oh no!
Yeah,
is that on social media too?
No, I won't go that far. Don't worry.
No, because Josh will get kicked out of the football union if he does that.
I don't want to lose my card.
Because football fans get offended if you like anything but football.
Bruns, what do you think about that? We get a card. I want to pull out a card, but all of these are like important cards. But it's like, hey, it's my football card, and I could show it on camera.
Yeah,
we could do that, Bruns.
Yes, card carrying member of a football club. Yep.
Yeah,
I don't hate it.
There we go. Yep, there's my football card right there. Gets me into the building.
Today at the regular press session for the coordinators and players, Dana Holgerson said, we don't need a bye week because our players are pissed. I know why he's saying that, but wouldn't an idle week be perfect this week?
Yeah, I mean, you would probably like to rest a few, all of your tackles if you could this week, but that's not the case. I mean, I think I get what he's saying. Like, I understand that you probably don't want to just, stew with that USC loss for a full week. But yeah, I mean, it's you would probably like a week to get your freshman quarterback more up to speed and ready to go for his first career start. You'd like the tackle stuff. You basically have Turner Corcoran and Elijah Pritchett, 2 of your 3 veterans that are very much battling things. And I don't know, maybe you could benefit from another week there, another week to get Emmett Johnson ready for whatever is going to happen in the last month of the season here. But yeah, I mean, I guess at least it doesn't seem like the loss on Saturday has any kind of hangover, at least from what they're saying. So I guess that's a good sign.
Brunts, what most intrigues you about the offense moving forward for the final 4 games of this season with TJ Lateef at the helm?
Well, I mean, I'm just kind of curious to see how much different the in-game calls look because it's a different game that you're calling with him versus Dylan. Dana said today that the offense doesn't change a ton, but I have to imagine it will a little bit. I mean, I think if you're UCLA, other team there in Los Angeles, if you're their defensive coordinator and you're kind of looking at what you have to prepare for this week, I can't imagine that you're thinking you're going to see the exact same things that Nebraska's run to this point in the season. So I'm eager to see what that looks like. I mean, I'm kind of eager to see what a freshman quarterback looks like. I mean, we always love a backup quarterback, and we're going to see how he kind of manages things. I think he's a pretty mature kid, so I don't think he's going to be too flummoxed by things. But I am eager to see how Dana kind of makes all this work with a freshman quarterback who can run an offensive line that I have to imagine that you have to game plan around. in this game, and then also how you kind of marry all that with a running back that's having a career year right now. So there's a lot of moving pieces that he's got to get figured out there.
Michael Brunts of Husker247.com joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. If we were to guesstimate on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being uber conservative, what kind of offensive plan would you expect for TJ Lateef?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to have to get some. I think you're going to have some throws for him that are quick throws that are, I don't think you're going to be getting to like a third read with him right now, just based on experience level and also just the fact that I think he can hurt teams more with his feet.
Yeah.
So I think it's maybe conservative in that way, but I think it is going to have to be a little bit simplified given the time frame of everything. I think you're going to maybe see some different things in the running game, maybe, given, that you have a running quarterback, and that's something that, I think Nebraska can maybe use to its advantage in this game, and kind of play off Emmett Johnson with. So I don't think it's just going to be, standing around and turning around and handing the ball to Emmett Johnson. I mean, I think TJ is going to have to make some plays, and I think they're going to take some shots too. I mean, I think, they like the deep ball. They like, at least giving a little bit of that look. They had a little bit of it in the offense against USC when he was in there. So I don't think they're going to go completely vanilla, but I do think the wrinkles are going to come in the running game just because that's right. Probably more what his strength is right now.
For the record, I'm about a 7 or an 8.
Yeah,
on that scale. I agree with Brunts that. Yeah, there will probably be some play action deep shots, but the kind where, that's the play, right? Mm-hmm. It's not going to be, it's not going to be one of those, well, this is an option on this play. No, it will be the play. It'll be, hey, let's go play action here. And we're going to send Ja'Cory, or we're going to send Dane, or we're going to send Isaiah down the field. And we're just going to, and if you see single coverage, heck, even if you see double coverage, we're going to throw it maybe to the outside shoulder just to, to see if we can hit something or draw a penalty flag. But I think that's as chancy, I'll use air quotes, as they get.
Yeah. Well, and it's going to be on, as much as everybody's talking about doing stuff to help TJ. Those wide receivers have to win one-on-one. Like that was not happening at a high enough level against USC. To where a lot of those throws felt like, you're 50-50 at best. So, I think it's going to be, risk averse for sure. I do wonder if we see him outside the pocket a little bit more on some rollouts and things like that, maybe you take away half the field, that decision looks a little bit easier for him. And if it's not there, you try to run it. I mean, I think that might be something we'd see a little bit more too. Would even help you, I guess, with your, potential issues at tackle and the injuries there.
Brunt's other side of the ball, Nebraska versus this rushing offense for the Bruins. Their success rate in terms of rushing is 22nd best in the entire country. They have a mobile quarterback as well. What are you expecting to see? Like, could it be a similar game to the one that we just saw, where instead, though, it is perhaps more designed quarterback run game with Nico Iamaleava, given what Maava just did to Nebraska on Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, I think, at least the one thing they won't have is the element of surprise there, because I think that did kind of catch Nebraska off guard a little bit in the third quarter. But, I think it's going to be a lot of that. Just having watched UCLA at various points this year, a little bit here and there, I mean, it definitely seems like they're much more willing to get him out of the pocket, let him run, and not. It felt like earlier in the year, it was like, we're just trying to get him through 12 games here without getting hurt. So they were wanting him to be in the pocket a little bit more. I did find it interesting. I don't know if you guys caught this. John Butler kind of mentioned that, he's a guy that can make all the throws as long as he knows what the coverage is. I'm kind of curious to see how Nebraska maybe mixes and matches things there, because he's also shown at times an ability to put the ball in bad spots, especially earlier in the year, I think. But it's going to be one of those games where Nebraska's going to have to be very, disciplined when they're rushing the passer. And it's maybe a high probability of some leaky yards and things like that, where, you feel like you got him bottled up and he still gets out and runs a little bit. So, disciplined pass rushing, tackling when you have the chance, and that's going to have to be the name of the game, I think. I think that's just, UCLA is probably going to try to turn it into backyard football a little bit. Nebraska has to make sure that they tackle and get enough guys to the ball, because that's been, when they've been good, they've really flowed to the ball well and had multiple guys there to make tackles. And when they haven't been, it's been, one guy diving his ankles, and that's not a way to win this game.
Brunsey, there's 4 options for a regular season record: 6-6, 7-5, 8-4, 9-3. So far, 52% of our listeners are going 7-5, meaning they only win 1 out of their last 3. If you had to do it over again and you could start from right now, what does your gut tell you about what the record is at the end of the regular season?
Yeah, starting from now, I'd probably lean 7-5. I've been very firmly for a long time in the 8-4 camp, with the 10's been there for a while, stoking the fire. And I do think 8-4 is still there. Like, there's a way there, and I think it's, strangely, a lot of it probably depends on that Penn State game. Like, I think in my mind now,
that's the swing game.
Yeah, like UCLA feels, like the most likely one. I think Iowa scares me a little bit more with a freshman quarterback, although it is at home. And Penn State, I just don't know what to make of that game. A lot of it could be determined by what time that game is, because we still don't have a kick time for that. You wonder how much Penn State's going to show up for that one. It is senior night, so you've got that going on. But I guess that's kind of why I say it's a swing game, because I just have no idea where Penn State's at right now mentally, because it's a team that has looked okay during this stretch and just looked lost at other times. So that's why I think it's a little bit more of the swing game of the 3. But I would shade 7-5, but I'm prepared for 8-4.
Yeah, Brett, along the lines of what John asked you, we had a listener reach out to us named Adam, and he said, I'd be curious to hear what you both think realistic expectations for the rest of the seasons are now that it's official that Raiola's out for the season. Latif has a home game coming up against UCLA, home game, put that in quotes, home game, and then a bye week before Penn State. We all know that Iowa, is Iowa. Will 1-2 be the ceiling, or is 2-1 still realistically on the table? It's kind of a different way to ask what John was wondering, but like, I've even seen some people say, like, hey, they could still go 3-0. Like, it realistically, that seems to be, it would have been hard for them to go 3-0 with Dylan Raiola. So I feel like that is really, for me, that number, I guess, yeah, it's possible, but man, I'd be hard pressed to imagine it happening.
Yeah, no, I think you'd be, even all things being equal, you'd be threading the needle a little bit at 3-0 to get to 3-0.
Yeah.
If you had Dylan and a better situation on the offensive line. But yeah, I think I would say 1-2 or 2-1's more likely. I don't know. Iowa does enough offensively now.
Yes.
And that's weird to say. And the type of game that I think they can do offensively doesn't necessarily line up with what this version of Nebraska's defense does well. And that scares you a little bit. Although you finally maybe have a special teams group that could at least break even with Iowa. So that's progress.
Excellent point.
As we already know, the future is secure, and Nebraska is working towards that future. They did get a commit this week
for 27.
For 27, Tay Ellis, the wide receiver. As of now, Nebraska's got the 3rd ranked class in the whole wide world in 2027. And we all know that next year wasn't going to be a huge class anyway. So a lot of focus was going into 27. Is that the, and for it's lack of a better term, but is that like the 2006 Bill Callahan class? Is that like the class that may define rules tenure is 27?
I think everything is lined up finally to where, you can really make some hay recruiting. You've been there 3 years, so you've caught up with evaluations. You've gotten a couple of years to recruit these guys. I mean, the bonus is you've got your quarterback in the class really early, and your quarterback that's in that class is a very willing peer recruiter. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen a commit attend every summer camp that he was able to. Like it was crazy. So I think that helps. You got the facility in place, and I don't know. I mean, I think there's kind of this feeling among recruits that Nebraska's, on the upswing, in spite of maybe what's happened on the field at times this year. So I think it is lining up for a pretty good 27 class, for sure. I mean, very early, obviously, they're number 3 in the country, like you said, but I mean, they're in the mix for a number of, 5-star guys, high 4-star guys. And that's the kind of class that, especially in the portal era, if you can get that kind of talent on your roster and kind of develop it, I mean, that's a pretty good look, and then fill in with guys out of the portal if you need it.
Michael Bruntz, Husker247.com. Night game on Saturday in the Rose Bowl. That means we don't even get a sunset, right?
No, because it starts at 6:00. The sun will be well down by
out
then.
there. It'll be perfect, right?
So you'll have to watch it during the tailgate if you're tailgating out there.
Wow. That's pretty sad.
I challenge.
Course, right?
That's true. Yes.
I challenge all Husker fans who are going to be there to make sure you take plenty of pictures and tweet them out. The sunset over the San Gabriels.
Excellent idea. Excellent idea.
How are they going to take any more tarp off there? Because I mean, they've got the same problem that the A's used to have, where it was all tarped over. Did they open some seats?
I would think if this game is as attended as Matt Rule made it sound, because he said he's got the most requests for tickets, blah blah blah. You got a lot of Californians out there, or Nebraskans, or Californians for Nebraska out there. That they might be able to untarp a section or two.
That's exciting.
Maybe.
Gentlemen, take down that tarp. Yeah.
There may be concession stands that have been empty since last year's Rose Bowl that might get
fire
used
up
again.
the burners, get some fresh oil in the fryers.
These are the same hot dog buns we had for the Rose Bowl last year. Better trade those out.
Crunchy. You don't want a crunchy.
Oh, they wouldn't be crunchy. They would be pretty
moldy.
They'd look pretty dark and ugly.
That marine layer, I'm sure, keeps them nice and fresh.
Oh, yeah.
Icky.
All right, Bruntz, we always appreciate it. Thank you much.
Bye, Bruntz.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Take care. Yep.
Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7.
So we'll talk about it more later in the week when we do 1620 the analytics. But, man, it's like a shame that Nebraska is not going to have their full complement on offense, because this defense sucks. This defense is terrible. This defense especially is bad on – it's bad. It's bad on third downs. It's bad on fourth downs. It's bad on first and second downs in terms of the team's average third down distance is 100. You right? How many teams, John? How many teams are in college football, in FBS college football?
136?
John, they are 136th in average third down distance.
Ooh.
Like, they are terrible. They are 135th in third and fourth down success rate. They are bad. But Nebraska's going to have a first-time starter. I don't know if they're going to be able to take advantage of that as much as they would like. But again, that's a little tease for Thursday. We have the play-by-play guy for UCLA joining us on Thursday.
No, I thought it was the sideline guy.
Sideline guy's joining us. It's
Cook.
somebody.
Yeah.
Good job. Nice get.
Update on K Ford. Nebraska's still in the K Ford top 30. They actually improved by a spot.
That is so exciting.
And 2 out of the last 3 opponents are still in the top 30. Iowa's now 19th and Penn State's 22nd.
That's going to be hard.
And
wow, A&M's all the way down at number 9.
Yeah.
How about the Big Ten, the top 3, and another Northern? 2 more Northern teams in the top 6. Suck on that, John. Your SEC, more like the weak EC. Got him.
Right.
Got him.
Unfortunately, Nebraska down 3/10, which means they are back to square one. They started the year at 7.5 estimated wins by K Ford.
And now they are back.
After 10 straight weeks. 10 straight weeks of having an above that mark. They have reached that mark.
And now this doesn't even bake in a backup quarterback, because the numbers would get even worse.
Correct. Now, the win probabilities really didn't change. There's no change on this week. It's still a 79% chance of a win. Still 43% for Iowa. Penn State's at 32, which went up by a point.
Hey!
But there's only an 11% chance, according to K Ford, that Nebraska can sweep the rest of the 3 games. It's a 50-50 chance of an 8-win season.
No, it is.
This actually kind of ties into the phone call we just received from listener Mike.
What did Mike say?
He says how he doesn't understand how, based off of our poll and everything, how if you look at this team as it is right now, you can see anything more than 6-6 for the rest of the season.
He doesn't understand why anyone would pick them to win another game.
Yes.
Because they're not playing. I mean, the next two opponents are rough. That's why. That said, they're both on the road.
Right.
Both on the road. I think it's easy to say they can win another game. I probably would.
For the record, I picked 7 and 5.
Yeah, I probably would.
And then to me,
this is the swing game.
To me, this is the swing game
Yeah.
because this is the most quote unquote winnable game. But theoretically, it might be the toughest matchup for what we now have to consider the strength of special teams is the strength of the team, but of offense and defense now is probably the strength of your team. You're going to win these games based on how well your defense plays.
UCLA?
Probably more than offense. Probably.
Yeah. D'Lo's been on this all week. He says UCLA is horrible and the game will be in front of 10,000 UCLA fans and 30,000 Nebraska fans. First of all, is it going to be that many Husker fans there?
It was like that for Penn State.
Is there going to be that many UCLA fans?
I don't think UCLA to UCLA. It's not going to matter how many Husker fans are there. It really is not. And that's no offense. I'm not trying to say Husker fans can't have an impact.
Yeah,
on
they
the
just
road.
had 90,000 Husker fans and they lost. I've watched UCLA. Like, this is not early season UCLA anymore. They got blitzed last time they played, but you know who they played? They played
Indiana,
who's like maybe the best team in the country. So I'm gonna forgive them for that loss. I am kind of stunned that some people are like, "Yep, they'll be totally fine this week." Like, wow, really? I don't see that.
I mean, UCLA is still favored.
Yeah, I think that that's fair. I think that's a very fair thing. But I'm with you.
Too.
This is the swing game. This game decides it because I don't understand, or not. I don't understand. I think it's going to be hard for them to win at Penn State.
I do too.
And I don't know why anyone would pick them to beat Iowa now. I am done doing that, and maybe they will because I kind of felt the same way in 2022 and they beat them in 2022. It's going to be hard. These next 3 games, if one of the next 2 is at home, I think I'd feel a lot different. If one of the next 2 is at home, I think I feel a lot different. But they're not. They're on the road. And then the one that is at home is the team that owns them. And so that ain't good either.
We'll get you an update on the poll question. By the way, you can go vote right now. What's going to be the final record with 3 games to go?
Okay.
We're going to dip into the mail sack.
Got a lot of responses.
And if you have responses as well, but you'd rather verbalize them than write them down or type them.
A phone call?
A phone call.
I love phone calls.
The Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Awesome.
Pretend like Michael's here and we have to talk you off the ledge. I've already successfully talked one person off the ledge.
Tell me everything's going to be
days.
okay. Hey, by the way, speaking of Iowa, did you know that you'll have a 16:20 the pregame that day?
Yep.
Hopefully you're back. If not, it'll be me.
Yep.
And then I probably just have to go home because it's not like I can go in the stadium. You can go to 1620thezone.com, enter for your chance to win 2 tickets to the Ultimate Blur Tailgate Party for that game, and you can come up and say hello to John and Michael or myself and Michael.
And Nick.
And Nick.
Go to 1620thezone.com today.
Whoa.
We'll be back right after this.
Well, how about this one? This comment before we dip into the sack.
Yeah.
You get that logo for us yet? Is there going to be things hanging above
No.
us?
Looks like the Death Star.
Chris writes, 4 teams on this schedule are likely to have fired their coaches by the end of it. Maryland, Michigan State, UCLA, and Penn State.
Well, that's right. I forgot to mention the old Loxley got the axe.
No, that's not true. That's fake.
Oh, that was fake?
The one from yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, at least it hasn't been.
Oh.
It was never true. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He says, add bad Akron and Houston Christian. The schedule is way too easy. Yeah. And again, don't do it. But next year's schedule is brutal. Yeah, they're gonna rue the day if they don't take it, and they're probably not gonna take advantage of it, right? Because they have a backup quarterback.
I mean, we were talking about how easy the schedule looked at the beginning of the season too.
Yeah, and I would say 3 weeks ago, you still kind of felt that way.
Yeah.
I mean, by that point, UCLA and Penn State had fired coaches.
Yep.
Minnesota, this is not a vintage Minnesota team.
No.
You know?
Not even close.
Now, Iowa's certainly much better than I thought they were in week 2 or 3, let alone before the season.
Yeah.
Who else is better? Is anybody else really better? Michigan's about the same.
Well, Cincinnati.
And oddly, that was one that they got.
Yep.
You know, pretty crazy.
That's still their best win.
And it will be. Well, I mean,
unless they beat Iowa.
Yeah. Stay tuned.
Unless they beat Iowa.
I got Iowa coming up in the hot take market.
From Joe
what up,
into the
Joe?
Equitable Bank inbox. Matt Rule, big game decisions. He speaks in his press conference with a fast mind, which is going, and going. Is there a feeling of anxiety as he speaks? Look at his timeouts. Is that anxiety showing up in his desperate way he calls timeouts or argues with refs? I believe it is a sense of panic that he has when he has anxiety. Maybe he needs a calming force in a coach that can help him during the game time anxiety decisions. No coach is perfect. That's why he has assistant coaches to help him make the team better. Again, ask somebody to look at clock management to help him with the anxiety emotion. Joe, yes, this is a guy who is wound up just a little bit too tight at times, and you see it. I spend time watching the sideline, and it just feels like there's this frenetic energy that does not lend itself to, as Ron Brown used to call it, poise in the noise.
And this
is this is a question I plan to ask it of Sip, but and it's been suggested by many people.
Hire somebody.
Man, you got to hire somebody. But even if you hire somebody, when the chips are down and you know a decision has to be made, and you're the decider, are you going to lean on that person you've hired, or are you just going to go with your instinct as you have? It's not easy. It's easy if you go out and hire a play caller because you yourself haven't called the plays. It's easy to go and hire a linebackers coach because you yourself have never coached linebackers. Or even if you have, you realize, like an offensive line or the different positions that Matt Rule has coached over the years, hey, I can't be doing that because I have a bigger picture. But it's easy to delegate those things. But when you're talking about hiring somebody that's in your headset, who's monitoring the time, when you've got all this other stuff going on, that is a different addition to the decision-making process that will require an adjustment.
In terms of how he operates at game day.
And if you already are fairly controlling, which Matt Rule is, are you going to yield some of that control? Or is this new person just going to be shouting into the void at times, hey, we should do this? And I'm not saying Matt Rule is so close-minded to a situation. He's like, nope. But again, you watch him on the sidelines. You watch the activity. It's a frenetic pace. It's up and down. It's crazy, right? At times. That's what led to the botched timeouts on Saturday. I pointed out the example from late in the game when USC was getting ready to punt to Nebraska on what would have been Nebraska's last drive. And Rule is 5-6 yards on the field, and he's up there next to Mike Eckler, and he's just like, What do we do here? What do we do? Or what are we going to do? We're going to block it. We're going to go for the block, right? We're going to go for the... And you could just see it. You could see everything working so quickly. And
imagine being a player looking at that.
Imagine being a player looking at that. I think it is something that does hold him back. I'm not saying this makes him a bad coach. I believe he is a good coach. He's got a lot of great attributes. But I think one attribute that helps lead to these indecisive moments is just that frenetic pace, that wild-eyed look.
Well, on game days, I mean, this is like one of his most important responsibilities. You know,
Sure.
Michael talks about it all the time. On a game day for him, he's not coordinator, right? He's not calling plays. So he has really two big, and I'll add in a third responsibility. The third responsibility is like he has to be that kind of force with the team, right?
Sure.
But in terms of decision making, Michael talks about you got two big decisions. What you're doing on fourth down, you know, in terms of whether you are going for it, and timeouts. You know, like, and certainly I thought in terms of those things, he failed. He failed on Saturday.
Yeah.
Not to toot my own horn from the offseason, but remember, what were you calling me, schizophrenic Josh? When I was writing my two little things.
Yeah.
So in the second one,
Yeah.
my third bullet point was Nebraska's in-game management leaves a lot to be desired. And I ran through the examples that we've already brought up this week. The opener in his first game against Minnesota, the back-to-back losses against Maryland and Wisconsin. I had forgotten against Iowa in the finale. Nebraska mismanaged its timeout usage, and by the time they got the ball back at midfield, they had one remaining.
Yeah.
Not good. Last year, we've already brought up the USC game. And here's what I wrote. I said, will it change? Unlike with other spots on the roster, this isn't something I can wish into existence. Nebraska did something to improve play calling. They did something to improve their wide receiver position. You can look up and down the roster and coaching staff and find ways that they improved. It's a lot harder to do so with in-game management. If this is going to happen, it'll probably be some combination of fewer one-score games, better on-field management by Dylan Raiola, and might involve a little bit of luck as well. And I added, I'm dubious. Or to add on top of that, you could also hire somebody. But for now, you can't do that now. They're not going to do it now.
But again, because Rule has been this way with the decision-making process, that is a tougher adjustment than if he decided, I need a new tight ends coach.
For sure.
Or I need a new quarterbacks coach.
Mm-hmm.
Or let's say they decide to, split the duties of, I don't know, inside offensive line and outside offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Or
I know what you mean. You're just using it as an
This
example.
is different.
Yeah.
This is different because at the end of the day, it is still a decision you make.
Well,
and you have been used to making, I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's not as easy as it is just going out and hiring a new coordinator.
Yeah, look what they did with special teams. I would also add too, part of it from Saturday is that I think it was emotions that got the best of the issue. It wasn't even just
certainly on the first one.
Yeah.
I mean, he can say what he said,
yeah,
but there's no doubt.
Come on.
I don't recall seeing, because usually when you're saying we need to push the clock up, you get this. That's what people are doing. That's what players and coaches are doing when they got
if
the
you're
palm
not
up,
watching it, you're raising
and
the roof with one arm.
It looks like they're pushing up towards the sky. That means we need a play clock reset.
He wasn't doing
that
that.
is the universal sign. And I wasn't watching him the entire time.
But on TV, they never showed him doing that. No, they didn't have a camera on him the entire time, but I'm guessing we would have. So that's where Saturday, in a way, it's almost more disappointing because it was less about he just made a bad mistake of he let the emotions of everything get the best of him. Phil writes in, after watching Nebraska play through 9 weeks of football, I think it's fair to say that they're an okay team that can beat okay teams. I've come to terms with that and can only hope for better things to come. Our Big Ten wins were over teams that were mid to lower tier teams, Michigan State, Maryland, and our losses were to upper tier teams, Michigan and USC, with Minnesota, I'd argue, being an outlier. Cincinnati is still looking like our best win over a quote-unquote ranked team. That being said, I think 2-1 is the most optimistic / realistic scenario for the last 3 games. UCLA and Penn State, though they might be on the road, they look like dumpster fires, both with fired coaches. Who knows? And maybe we get Iowa ranked and have one more opportunity to prove ourselves. Only time will tell. I'm definitely not going to say we should fire Rule. Don't say that because they're not going to.
They're not going to.
Because
it's over now.
I do see progress in this program, even if it's the most babyest of steps. If anything, special teams saw the most improvement. And if that can get us to 7 or 8 wins, Husker fans should be happy. I'll say this, like glass half full. I think the move that they made last year, in season, it has not worked out swimmingly with Dana Holgerson, as I imagine we're going to discuss at some point today. But I think that he looked at a weakness of the team and tried to make a change. You have to give the man his flowers for what they did with Mike Eckler, for moving on from Foley and bringing in Eckler.
Oh, yeah.
You have to give it.
Absolutely.
And so, like, John, and this is perhaps a low bar, but I've seen too many coaches around here not do the things that they need to do to get better. And so I think that you can offer him the grace and the hope, certainly. There are 3 games left in the regular season and then the bowl game, that they will do something to fix what has ailed them throughout this season, And you can look up and down right now and you can see specific problems. Like, I mean, we just spent a lot of time talking about the time management stuff. That will be the most interesting because I think it is the most difficult. Now, maybe some would say it's actually not that difficult. You just got to hire a time management guy. Maybe, perhaps, we'll see. But what do you do to improve the offensive line? What do you do to improve the defensive line? What do you do in terms of bringing in better players on the defensive line? How do they use the infusion of cash for 1890? Those are all questions that I have. I mean, they have taken baby steps. That's the issue, right? Is the steps are just so tiny. It's a newborn's baby step is how small these steps are that they're taking forward. Especially now, depending on what happens at the season. I mean, there's a world where they have the same record as last year,
Sure.
or I think most realistic is probably 7-5, and that's not what people were hoping for. That's not that massive step forward,
Or they do end up with one more win on the whole season, and it's 7-6, just like last year.
Yeah. Oh, that's absolutely possible.
Especially if you look at the latest bowl projections by Scott Docterman of The Athletic, the Las Vegas Bowl against Utah.
Yeah. I mean, that's it is what it is. It is what it is.
Greg, check my math on this. I can only find 2 offensive holding penalties on Nebraska opponents this year, one by Houston Christian and one by Minnesota. Is that correct? And why can't Nebraska seem to get that call when everyone knows it is happening more than twice a season? Greg sent me down a rabbit hole today.
Not the John rabbit holes.
And here is what I found.
Stans is called. Oh, wow.
That's my boy. Stans is called.
Wow.
That's my boy right there. That's Mike DeFee, the man with the guns who says that place Stans is called.
Now he would say that call is upheld.
These are just the non-con games. We'll see the Big Ten in a moment.
Stans is called.
Nebraska was called for 2 holding penalties offensive versus 1 by the opponent in the 3 non-con games.
Okay.
But overall, the opponent was called for 14 penalties, 9 of them being in the false start, illegal motion, illegal procedure category.
Well, there are 2 or 3 on Saturday by USC.
Now, this is non-con games.
Oh, my bad.
This is non-con.
My bad.
My
bad.
Nebraska's most egregious penalty in the non-conference was pass interference. They were called for 3 of them, defensive pass interference. The opponent won. But overall, the opponent out-penalized Nebraska 14-13. I tweeted these out earlier today, JTech Construction's own Twitter page. You can see them for yourself. Now, just the Big Ten games.
How's that look?
Well, there's more penalties because, man, there's been a bigger variety of penalties.
Well, there's more games.
Well, bigger variety of penalties, too.
Look at those guns. My God.
That's my boy. Stans is called.
That guy wouldn't want to be called your boy. He'd try to say, I hate your guts.
Offensive holding.
Stans is called.
Nebraska, 3 offensive holding penalties. I believe 2 came in one game. I think the Maryland game. I think it was. I don't remember.
Okay.
2 by the opponent.
Whoa.
Now, that was the original question. The bottom line is this. They ain't calling much holding this year. At least not in Nebraska games, period. For either side. Look at the personal foul, unsportsmanlike conduct count.
That's
8 by the opponent, including 2 for taunting.
Whoa.
Nebraska, 4.
What does USC mean?
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
Oh, like the Grum.
That's our show. That's us.
Illegal procedure, motion, false start. The opponent, 7. Nebraska, 6.
What was the original email that led you down?
The original one was just how many holding. So the bottom line is this: Nebraska has been called for 5 holding penalties to the opponent's 3 offensive holding penalties for the entire season.
That's not too bad, right?
No.
I'm not a ref freak, so I don't even know what people want anymore. I'm not like one of you people, John.
What do you mean you?
But
ref freaks.
In total, in Big Ten games, the opponent has been called for 35 penalties, Nebraska 34. So just like in the non-con games, it's only a difference of 1 in favor of the Huskers.
Couple more comments coming in. I'm happy for all the folks with that ref.
Stands is called, baby. Stands is called.
Let's see.
Stands is called.
Greg in Myrtle Beach writes,
Thank you.
Thank God the Lincoln Brain Trust got that extension signed before Grand Valley State hired middle school rule away.
Oh,
Middle
geez.
school rule.
Wow, someone doesn't listen to the Happer Show. It's a great nickname, Nick. Congrats on being the laughing stock of college football again. John, your thoughts?
Yeah, no. Come on. Let's be real.
Okay,
please.
let me give you something real then from Jeff in Omaha.
Please
What do
do.
you think of this? It would be great, and I think a huge revenue generator if fans in the stadium could rent headsets and listen in to some coaches' communications during the game, just like a NASCAR race. Ever heard of anything like that or think it would ever happen? Would you pay for it? Would I pay? Woo! Yes, I would.
There is no chance in hell that will ever
No,
happen.
but God, it would be amazing.
First of all, you wouldn't understand half the stuff that's going on, right?
What are you saying? I'm an idiot?
No, there's just
You're
lot
an idiot.
There's just a lot of play calls going
Sorry,
back
you
and
don't
forth
understand it.
and up and
I'd
down.
understand everything.
And if it's available,
Ball
and
nowhere.
if it's available to the public, it means it's also available to the opposing team.
To the public.
So no, that will never, ever, ever, ever happen.
NIL though, John. Revenue generator, John. They
Yeah.
need money for the players.
Yeah,
John.
it'd also be a revenue generator, I'm sure, if they did like, Deathmatch 3000.
It would, yes.
Pick 2 fans out of the stands and have them collide
Whoa.
cars and, at
you
100
wanting to-
miles an hour.
Are you wanting to murder somebody?
No, I'm not.
They
But they're
didn't
not
want
gonna
the
do that either.
Demolition Derby Memorial Stadium, John. Remember?
I do.
Classic John wanting to murder people. He always wants to.
It's funny. We haven't heard. We do hear from him a lot. We just don't read all of his emails. But Money Chris has been kind of silent on the whole money point because they spent a lot of money.
Yeah, they did. Oh, he did email.
But
recently.
he did say, I am excited that the read option may actually now have a quarterback run as an option. Dylan finally actually kept the ball a couple of times, but the defense always knew they never had to account for Dylan on any of those plays and could just focus on the running back.
He also emails in, I keep looking for the 5 and 7 option, thinking if there's any way possible to somehow lose a game we previously won, this program will find a way. John, is it possible that Nebraska could finish 5 and 7 this year?
No.
Okay. You never know these days.
No,
You never
unless
know.
there's a forfeit, and we know that the NCAA really doesn't have rules.
Iowa blows
anymore.
out Nebraska by 75 points.
And that results in them having to
Refund a win.
Sure, refund a win.
Here's Jim on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Hello, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Hello, guys. I just have one comment. I'm waiting to see what the game plan for TJ is on Saturday before I make my judgment. See what happens.
Make your
For the rest
judgment
of the
on
year.
what?
On the rest of the year?
On the
What
rest of
happens the rest of the year?
So you're saying I'm abstaining from voting in your poll question until I see the game?
Correct.
Okay, well, the poll will be closed by then, but I
want
appreciate
to see.
it.
I want to see what the Brain Trust has planned for TJ.
Mm.
I want to give TJ an opportunity.
Okay.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. I understand that. I would also say this.
What's that?
The defense they're going to see on Saturday is
Yeah.
going to be very different from the defense they see in Happy Valley and very different from the defense they're going to see against Iowa. So I wouldn't put too many eggs in the, if they play really well against UCLA, everything's going to be fine basket, because it may not be fine, because this is the weakest of the 3 defenses left on the schedule.
Mustache Adam, I want to see the lottery numbers before I get my ticket.
I agree.
Whopper writes, is Jeff actually just Connor Stallions? The emailer about listening in. More ideas for revenue raising, John? Andy says halftime sword fights to the death.
Coastal did something similar to that.
To fights to the death?
They did a medieval times thing.
Oh, geez.
They had sword fights and everything. It was
festival?
awesome.
Oh,
yes, John, it was cool.
So, John, do you think if you time traveled back to the medieval times that you would, would you call them nerds even though that was the
No.
That's life or death,
That's
John.
how they were back then.
I know, but just like you would almost feel like that they're such nerds because that you have any connotation with medieval times to be nerdy.
Well, have you been to any of those Renaissance festivals?
No, I don't hang out with you.
Neither have I, but I have seen.
I think people that go to Ren fairs and festivals are cool.
I think people that call them Ren
normal.
fairs are even worse than the people who go to them.
It's easier than saying Renaissance.
That's a good point.
Thank you, John.
You sound
And
nerdy if you say Renaissance.
We will go to break on this email from, I love this name, the Minister of Funny Walks, which is a great Monty Python sketch.
Sure.
To preface this, I was a fan of the Dana hire initially.
Uh-oh.
Does Holgerson have
Oh,
a
no.
playbook that works in the Big Ten? Or does he only care about play calling in the fast and loose G4 conferences? For the record, it was a Big 12.
Big 12. Come on.
Because his play calls only
on, Matt.
seem to work against tomato cans. Also, why doesn't he have a naked bootleg for short yardage situations for Heine?
Well,
seems like a
Why
waste
isn't
of
Heine
millions
naked?
of dollars.
No, get Heine off the field at quarterback. I am so sick of this crap.
He's your tight end now.
Never
kids.
again. Stop
He is
it.
your tight end.
Do we have a nickname for the Heine people?
They don't. Yeah, Western Nebraskans. Got him again.
And John.
There is an interesting question because I asked it last
Well, no,
week.
the Holgerson part of it is the interesting part. Not why don't they do
the interesting question is
more Heinrich?
Because Holgerson's main experience is all Big 12. And this is a different conference, especially when it comes to how defense is played.
God, we having to do the whole Big Ten thing. Okay, then what explains what's his name, Sig, coming in and just whooping ass? He doesn't run a Big Ten offense.
Six isn't calling plays.
It's his offense, though.
I understand that.
I don't want us to get too Big Ten pilled of like you have to do it the Big Ten way.
You don't have to, but when your only experience is essentially one league, and that league has been loosed and fast with how they play defense historically in the last 20 years, it is a fair question to ask.
See, the reason that I never like getting into that is because, Mike Shanahan. Mike Shanahan before this was at James Madison and Elon. Like, that's why I say this not being a jerk. I swear to God. We can't poo-poo the Big Ten and say it's an overrated league and then also say, but you have to have a guy. And I know you're not saying that.
No, I'm not saying that.
There's, in my opinion, we give the league too much deference when we say you need to have somebody who's coached in this league before because they haven't. And that's Indiana. And I know that people are getting sick and tired of us comparing Matt Rule to Cignetti, but I'm sorry. He's taken the worst program in the history of college football, win-loss wise, and turned them into a juggernaut overnight.
Where else did Kurt Cignetti coach?
He coached with the GOAT, Nick Saban.
And what conference were they in?
Nick Saban was at Michigan State.
That's my point.
But
the
John,
point
that was 15 years ago.
The point is, that doesn't matter. The point is there is some diversification, like a Urban Meyer, for example.
Yes, you're fair. Yes,
that's my point.
Yeah.
Also, keep in mind that the offense that Dana Holgerson is running today is not the offense he was born in or grew up in or was weaned in.
Yeah, for sure.
He ain't running the and this is not to say that Holgerson is bad. That's not my point here.
No.
But it is, I think, interesting that this is really the first time he has ventured out of a certain neighborhood. And sometimes when you venture out of your neighborhood, it takes you a while to get used to the new surroundings and a new way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
On that note, because I wanted to look into, really, it's essentially the quote unquote scripted plays.
Yeah, why are those so good
else
versus the other stuff? Yeah.
So we're going to look at the first 4 drives of every game this season. And then also the first drive of the second half.
Dude, what the hell is happening in the third quarter for this football team?
To see if there is a discernible difference.
Okay.
And we will share those details next on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy, John. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today. Use our promo code 1620TheZone to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Remember that promo code 1620 The Zone. Score $100 in bonus entries when you make that first $5 fantasy entry. Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit Nadex.com/rules and UnderdogFantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. It's week 9. My God, it's almost over. We only do 10 of these weeks.
I know. It's almost done.
4-quarter pick 'em. Make your picks now. Maybe win. Piece of the prize. It's $250 to the weekly winner and $2,500 at the end of the season. John O. won $250 for winning week 8 last week. Congratulations, John. And get your picks in now at 1620thezone.com.
Interesting. The person's name is John.
Yeah.
John's last name has an O in it. John, is this just you with a mustache?
John's first name has an O in it, too.
Whoa.
Crazy.
Can't believe Keely gave
Crazy.
you the prize. This is ridiculous.
So
Don't break the phone today.
I wanted to look at the drives, the different drives of a game, because historically offensive play callers have the scripted plays, right?
Yeah.
Bill Walsh made that famous. What was it? Used to be like the first 15 or 20
15 plays, yep.
were scripted.
I remember when
And
Callahan arrived.
And a lot of people kind of do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. I
Right?
remember when Callahan arrived, it was a huge story, the scripted plays versus the non-scripted plays. Big deal.
I remember when Tom Osborne would give Kent Pavelka the first play of the game.
Wait, really?
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
He would say, yeah, first play, and once in a while, Kent would say, yeah, this first play is going to be this. And then it would be this. I think the Clinton Childs run against Arizona State when he broke it on the first play, starting in the place of Lawrence Phillips. I think that was a play
that's awesome.
that Kent predicted.
Good
or
job.
didn't predict, but knew.
Wait, so did the audience not realize what was going on? That he would like guess what it was going to be, but he was always correct?
No. He knew.
But did the audience know that he knew?
Or
are they like,
Kent,
wow, how does Kent always know?
No, I mean, Kent said it in a way that, it was like he knew.
A lot of people.
He didn't do it all the time. This wasn't like a Tony Romo thing.
Gary. May he enjoy retirement.
May he enjoy retirement.
Yeah.
Here are the results. First drive, which are typically your scripted plays.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska's averaging almost 6 yards per carry on the ground, almost 5 yards per attempt. For the record, I counted sacks against passing.
Good. That's how it should be
Not
done.
against rushing.
That's how it should
I
be
counted it against passing because it was a pass attempt,
Mm-hmm.
or at least a called pass in most cases. The total yards per play, 5.5, which is the best of any of the 5 drives examined.
Interesting.
Also, the running is the best of the 5 drives examined.
And real quick, this is just this season, right? We're not
This
looking at last
This
season.
is just this season, and it is just the Power 4 games.
Okay, so that means that this is 7 games we're talking about.
Correct.
21 points. So they're averaging.
This is not Akron. This is not Houston Christian. These are just Power 4 games.
So they're averaging 3 points a drive, which is fine. Nothing, I wonder what the average is, honestly, in college football.
I don't know.
That's pretty solid. And honestly, that means since we are removing the G5 games or G5 in an FCS game, you have 2 bad drives in this bunch. You have Minnesota, which was a 3-and-out. That's the worst first drive that they've had all season.
Yes.
And Cincinnati, which I believe was 6 plays, 5 or 6 plays.
Yes.
They got 1 first down in there.
And then
Otherwise, they have driven well into opponent territory, and they have either gotten a touchdown, a field goal.
First drive against Michigan ended on downs. First drive against Maryland ended on downs.
Otherwise, they've scored on all of them.
They've scored 21 points on first drives this season.
Okay.
On the second drive of the game, the yards per carry goes way down, 3.6.
Wow.
But the yards per pass attempt is actually the best, 6.9.
Nice.
The yards per play, 4.9. They've scored 13 points, a touchdown and 2 field goals.
Okay.
On second drives this season.
So that is fewer than 2 points a drive on there across the second drives per
Correct.
average. I have to imagine that that's not very good.
On
It's
the
even worse.
third drive of the game, and it should be noted. Oh, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Third drive, yards per carry, a slight uptick, but still under 4, 3.9 yards per carry. Only 3.9 yards per pass attempt.
Gross. That's terrible.
Which is the worst of the 5 drives examined, which means, of course, it's 3.9 yards per play. They have scored 6 points on the third drive of the game, 2 field goals.
So that is fewer than 1 point per drive. That's awful.
And you might say, well, isn't that when the whole Michigan State disaster happened? Doesn't that take into account? It does. Also factor in that Nebraska had a one-play drive, which was a Isaiah Hunter screen pass that was a house call.
Oh, did they miss the extra point on that drive, or did they go for two?
That was actually the second drive. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Yes, when you're dealing with 7 games, it's not the largest sample size in the world.
Sure.
And one really clunky, terrible drive like the one against Michigan State that resulted in 25 yards and losses is going to throw off the average. But also keep in mind that second drive average got boosted by a one-play house call.
Sure.
Fourth drive. Now there's a star next to this because there was not a fourth drive in the first half against Northwestern.
Because that was such a limited possession first.
Correct.
Half. Nebraska had 3 long drives. They only scored 1 touchdown, but they had 3 long drives.
Yards per carry, 4.6, second best of the 5 drives we examined. Yards per attempt, 5.7, second best of the drives examined. 5.2 yards per play. They scored 10 points.
And again, that's across 3 games instead of, or not 3 games. That's across 6 games. So they're averaging a little more than a point per drive.
But the least productive drive, at least in terms of points, and
this
3 of the yards per play metric, is the opening drive of the second half, in which Nebraska's averaging only 3.3 yards per carry, only 4.6 yards per pass, only 3.9 yards per play, and they have yet to score on the opening drive of the second half.
And so I'm happy you brought up that, because I saw this tweet, and I appreciate Stumanji for shooting it my way. Parker Fleming, our friend of the Grum, Stats O War, his website, cfb-graphs.com, is one that we very much enjoy using on a weekly basis. He had every team's EPA differential by quarter. He put out a graphic, I think it was yesterday. Indiana, for example, leads the way. They are just killing it in every single quarter. Nebraska is solid to good in 3 of the quarters. They are solid in the first quarter. Their first quarter number is probably in the top upper third of the country. Their second quarter number, same. But in the third quarter, they are among the worst EPA differential. They are at a minus 37.86. And then it bounces back up in the fourth quarter. It is wild how bad they are coming out of the half. And one of our listeners, Brian, I thought he put it really well.
And keep in mind, USC did not score, or no, they tied the game in the third quarter.
They tied the game in the third quarter.
Right.
Yeah. Brian tweeted this at me earlier. He says, let's play football stereotypes. Quarter 1 is the game plan. Quarter 2 is coaching adjustments and talent. Quarter 3 is coaching adjustments. Quarter 4 is conditioning. And because there is an easy stereotype to fall into with this discussion, and that is they're not adjusting at the break. And I mean, I can't say what it is for sure. I'm not that level of a football guy, but that is, I mean, it's pretty damning. What is it about? Like, I get why the first drive is so good. I do. It should be good. You know,
those are your best plays. Those are the ones you've been working all week,
right?
Like to get in there and get right.
Those are the ones that you go over with your coaches the night before.
Those are the walkthrough plays.
Yeah, you're putting it together. What is it though about the third quarter that has been so porous for them over the course of this season? Why has that quarter been the one that is so difficult? And by the way, that EPA differential, that takes into account defense too. Now, if the offense can't score, then it's going to be a negative regardless. But that takes into account the defense as well. So what's happening in that quarter? You know, do they have a lead and they allow a team to get back into it? They have a double-digit lead and suddenly they don't anymore. You know, how is that happening in that quarter? How is the offense really struggling to score any points, especially coming right out of the half? Because that was the thing. We spent a lot of time talking about, we rewatched the game in here yesterday. We spent so much time talking about the drive. And that drive was the one after the injury. And that was, remember, the injury drive was the second drive of the quarter. The field goal and the timeouts was the third drive of the third quarter. We had barely talked about the first drive of the third quarter. And what happened on that one, John? They come out of the half, because remember, they had an opportunity, as we discussed with Michael yesterday, to definitively win the middle 8, because they score a touchdown and they force a punt, and then they do one play to finish up the first half. It doesn't matter. There's not enough time to do anything. They get the ball, and they go 3 and out. Pass incomplete. EJ up the middle for 8. Emmett Johnson stuffed behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of 1 yard. And then they had to give the ball back to Minnesota or to USC, which set up the interception. But they weren't able to do anything with that drive. And that drive, they started at the 35. It just seemed like, here they go. They are about to do something. They really could have done something entirely different with that football game. And I know the other drives were probably more impactful, but you go up 17-6 or 21-6 on that first drive and your quarterback's still healthy. We're having a different discussion entirely.
As Jordan points out, special teams have scored more right after halftime than the offense has.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, that's how the second half against Northwestern
That's how the
began.
second half started.
Yeah. Imagine what that game looks like without that kick return for a touchdown. It completely changed everything in that exact moment in time. Completely changed everything.
So there it is. And I retweeted this graphic out for those of you who haven't had a chance to see it on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Still to come.
Hot take?
Yeah. I guess I'm not shopping for anything today. I forgot.
I got 2 for you
Good.
that I think will lead to discussion.
All right.
Two of them.
And Steve Sipple coming up on 1620 The Zone. All right, super hot take market. I got nothing on my list this week.
You're too busy doing your Dana dives.
Actually, I did that yesterday. I was busy doing the
Basketball
ref dives.
dive? Oh,
the
ref dives.
and basketball dives.
All right, well, I think these will lead to conversations in both cases. Hot take, I believe. Not to trigger anybody, but it is okay to ask if Dylan Raiola played his last game in Nebraska. It is okay. For two reasons. One, it's a conversation the fans are having, and I think of our show as the conduit of the fans to discuss the things that they are discussing. If it's okay for them to discuss it, I don't know why it can't be for us.
And then Matt Rule chastises people and says we can't be bad-talking ourselves.
Perhaps. Two, it is 2025. The portal is always available. Why wouldn't it be possible that he could leave? His dad already strong-armed Nebraska, tested the market into them getting more money for him last year. Don't know why it couldn't happen again. I think it's a very fair conversation to have. I had multiple people asking me on Sunday, do you think he's played his last down? If they're asking that, I don't know why we can't have the discussion, an earnest discussion.
Plus, I'm sure
I don't think it is.
You don't think it's what?
I don't think it's true that I think he'll still be here.
Okay.
You're not wrong. I mean, of course. We should be having that conversation about Barney and about Hunter.
Emmett.
And about Emmett.
Everybody.
People forget Emmett's still got another year left.
He does have another year. Barney has 2.
Yeah. No, it's not out of bounds.
Okay.
It's not out of bounds at all to have that conversation.
I feel like it's a hot take to say that out loud. So I just wanted to put that in the hot take market.
Really?
Because I don't think everybody agrees with that. I don't think they agree that it should be discussed. That should not be discussed.
That it shouldn't be discussed.
My take is about us discussing it.
Why shouldn't it be discussed?
People, for whatever reason.
Because because this is typical fan behavior. Oh, you can't talk confidently or else karma will come back to bite us. We can't speak that into existence.
It might be that. So I think some of it, too, is they just don't like the idea of those types of things being discussed.
Well, guess what?
It's like, talking about sex with your wife or something.
This is true. This is the way of the world.
Exactly.
Players get on the move.
Yeah.
Now, for the record, I don't think he's going anywhere.
Okay.
But it's not out of bounds to ask the question.
Hot take I could be talked into. Iowa, not Oregon, will be the Big Ten's third college football playoff team. Be talked into it. Talked into it.
Go on.
Well.
Continue, please,
Did you know that Iowa has 2 losses already and cannot afford to absorb a third?
Sure.
While Oregon only has 1 loss.
Oregon is...
So, who have they beat?
That's a great point, John. Now, if Oregon wins out, they're going to be fine. I think Oregon can lose a game and they're going to be fine because who do they have left? They have Iowa on Saturday.
No.
They have USC still. And they have Washington. So, they're going to have an opportunity to pick up a nice win. Hawkeyes, they also have Oregon. They also have USC. They have Nebraska. There is a world very much, John, that Nebraska and Iowa go into that game on Black Friday, and Nebraska is playing spoiler or attempting to play spoiler and keep them out of the college football playoff. I think the Hawkeyes, I guess I don't want to spoil content because I think this might step on content a little bit. I think Iowa will be in the top 25 tonight. That was a question. I think they will be in the top 25. And I think if they win this week, which I think is very much on the table, they are going to shoot on up into the rankings. And if they are 9-2 going into Lincoln, they will be near the top 12 because they would have wins over Oregon and USC in this back half of the schedule.
I understand it's a hot take.
I can be talked into Don't believe it, talked into. What's wrong?
The problem is the common opponent that Oregon and Iowa have besides each other. Oregon hosts USC. Iowa goes to USC.
What does that have to do with it?
USC is a better team in LA
I see what you're saying.
Than they are on the road. We've seen it, right? So that's the only reason why. Because if Oregon gets past Iowa, then it's Minnesota hosting USC. Go to Washington.
For the record, part of this was I think Oregon might lose again, on top
of
the Iowa loss.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? The total in that game this Saturday.
What is it?
Opened at 44. It's down to 40.5.
Whoa. So they're expecting a nice low-scoring game. What's the weather?
I believe it's supposed to rain in Iowa City this weekend.
It is. It's supposed to rain, looks like all day long. And this is a 2:30 CBS
special,
right?
Shouldn't the total go up because aren't ducks waterfowl?
It never rains in Autzen Stadium. Ducks 6.5-point faves. I can't wait to talk about that game with Todd. Yeah, Jordan points it out. Iowa hung closer with Indiana than Oregon did. They absolutely did.
Don't underestimate a Phil Parker defense.
Don't like it, John. Talked into.
That's the 2:30 game on CBS, I believe. Correct?
Uh-huh.
I like it. I like it a lot. Nick, do you have a hot take?
No.
Okay.
Wow. Lazy Gen Z, lazy Gen X. Millennials here to save the segment once again.
Well, millennials are an entire generation of hot takes. All of them usually are rotten.
Have you thought that maybe you as a millennial just get too triggered about things?
No.
Maybe there's some things you don't have to have a hot take about. Maybe some things are just what they are.
I came up with these over the weekend. I was working during the weekend, and I said, I have an idea for the show.
Well, first of all, you weren't working over the weekend because you're a millennial.
That's not true. I'm working every second of every day. I'm always working. I'm always thinking about the show.
Yeah,
or
you're
the
thinking
podcast.
you're thinking of ways to undermine other people's announcements of good news. That's whose surprise parties did you spoil this weekend?
I would never spoil.
Hey, Mr. McGillicuddy down the street. I would watch out going into your house right now because I saw a bunch of your friends going in there and the lights are out. I think they're going to hold a surprise party for you.
Now, do you even care about giving the truth to people, or do you just want to get phone calls from other people?
I love giving the truth to people, Nick. By the way, speaking of stories that weren't theirs to tell, did you see Pat McAfee reported what number Sauce Gardner is going to be wearing? Pat, didn't you think that Sauce might have wanted to break that news to his family and his teammates and his coaches, and now he can't? Pretty unruly.
That's pretty bad.
Pretty unruly.
You know, you don't need to keep that shade down anymore because it's dark.
Come on, man.
The sun doesn't exist anymore because of you, Josh.
Why does everyone blame me?
Oh, I want the fall.
Every summer when you celebrate the fact, we're another day closer to football. It's also another day closer to darkness.
Yes. Yes, it is, Josh.
And you celebrate it.
You love this time of year, you idiot.
I don't like.
You think John likes driving home with these idiots on the interstate in pitch black?
It's basketball season, so he'll be going home at 1 a.m. these days. You won't have to deal with too many of the idiots.
I'll say this much.
I'm tired.
At least they got one more lane done on I-80.
Oh, also, here's a quick hot take before we go to Sipple. I always tell you that your hatred of the time change is only about it when the days get longer and you say, no, I hate both of them. You didn't complain yesterday and you didn't complain today, even though today is the day after. You lying sack of garbage.
Nope, that's not true.
Liar!
I feel tired today. I am tired.
Kiss my butt.
These time changes, mess me up.
Do they?
They absolutely mess me up.
I was pretty tired, but I also slept like garbage at the end of last week for whatever reason.
I was awake during the time change, and it's jarring to see it go from 1 a.m. to 1
just thought about a hot take that I have.
We gotta go to Sipple.
Do it, John.
So they built a new McDonald's on 84th Street in Lincoln.
Uh-oh, is this about a certain somebody?
No, this is about the neighborhood.
Nick, not Mr. H.
This is about the neighborhood
Maybe he likes it.
associationization of society.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
First of all fast food restaurants now look the exact same.
I hate it.
So whoever
There used to be whimsy in this world.
whatever millennials in charge of the design process,
Josh,
those people need to
everything
be
needs
fired.
to be gray and white.
This is Gen
Gray
X.
and white.
This is Gen X.
But they have. I like signs. I like big, colorful signs.
I like the
They're putting
Everywhere
up a nice, big, beautiful sign outside of one of the truck stops on I-80. I'm like, man, that's a good-looking sign. I want to go to that place because of their sign.
Yeah.
They have this.
Here's their sign.
You know how the classic McDonald's signs were?
Oh, yeah.
The big red sign that said billion served.
The big red coach with the big red mustache.
You should see the tiny baby sign they have on the Haymarket Park-sized foul pole.
Yeah.
That they have outside this McDonald's. You can barely see it. It does not stand out in any way. And it's because of all these namby-pamby, ne'er-do-wellers who are out here going, oh, we don't like your light pollution. We don't like your sign pollution. We're not happy with your capitalism. The workers should own the means of production.
John, I don't think
we don't like it that you advertise your business, so we make you have a tiny baby sign.
This is not my generation. You cannot blame us for this.
Also don't think that's the reason.
I think that is the reason that signs have gotten smaller.
That's not.
Do not care.
You want to bet? Okay, look
We gotta go to Sipple.
Look at all these places, these fast food places that are inside of, not inside, but they're in the same lot as the shopping mall. You don't get the big sign. They all have to have the. It looks like you're entering a neighborhood sign, and they just put the little arches.
In this house, we have McDonald's.
It's stupid. Exactly.
House divided. The other half
exactly.
Is Burger King.
I want my signs back.
Okay, let's make signs great again.
Let's make America signs great again.
Mm.
There you go. There's a hot take.
All right.
Sips next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw with your mom.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
And this segment couldn't have come fast enough. I kept wishing the music would go faster because Josh's misogynistic alter ego, Josh Peterson, was coming out. He was saying some really bad things.
No, Sipple, do not listen to John.
Wow, John.
Literally, I said I like women's basketball. That's what I said. Because a women's basketball game is on in the studio right now.
It is. And UConn, surprisingly, has already scored the first 8 points. It's like the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Mm-hmm.
Insane.
How's it going, Span?
I'm good, man. How are you, Sip?
Yes, I called you fam.
I did. I noticed that. I wondered what was up with that.
You guys are like fam.
Oh, that's nice of you. Hey, how's Jake doing? He's triggered half the state.
Wow.
He's crazy. I mean, he's doing fine though.
Good.
I mean, he's Jake. I mean, he's emotional.
Yeah,
like a lot of folks. And on a serious point, Sip,
Oh, wow.
I was listening to Rule's press conference on the way into work yesterday. Do you think that message he had about, having self-respect and, we can't be talking bad about ourselves. Do you think that was directed? I'm not saying directly at Jake, but directed at the hyper criticism that some fans and media have had in the wake of this game?
Yeah, I do. I do. I think it was. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how else to answer, but yes, that's what I was thinking when I was sitting there. And I mean, I'd like to, if I were counseling Rule, I would tell him, you ain't seen nothing yet, big boy.
Yeah.
It isn't that much. I mean, we've seen it a lot worse, but there's been a lot worse here. I mean, I sometimes have to remind myself that they're 6-3 and not 3-6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
100%.
I know.
They're not bad. They're not bad. And you know what? As the program leader, you have to kind of remind people that in your own way. And I think he did that. That's good because it does get, how'd you say it? Whatever.
It's hyperbolic around here.
Yeah, hyperbolic, and it can go pretty extreme. I noticed it from the people I hear from, and I literally will say to them, they're 6-3, right? And great with a great chance to be 7-3. And you don't want to indict. I hear this a lot. There's sort of an indictment that's based on what people think is going to happen down the stretch. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to indict Coach Rule and the program for what I think might happen. Let's just see what. They're still on track for 8 or 9 wins. That's the way I see it.
I just feel like some of the anger is coming from, well, look at what the fans did. Look at the blackout. Like it had some kind of mystic power.
We deserve
because
this.
because we as fans all dressed in black and we changed our tradition and we had this really cool setting, and then the team let us down. And I think they lose sight. I said this on the air yesterday, Sip. As soon as Dylan went down and it was apparent he wasn't coming back in this game, my expectation for Nebraska winning, even though they were up 8 points at that time, went from probably 65% down to about 30%. Because I thought two things had to happen. One, I didn't think Nebraska was going to get a whole lot more in terms of scoring. And I thought that Lincoln Riley was going to finally stop derping all over himself and actually run the damn ball. And they did.
Yeah, that's interesting. The percentage is an endorsement of the starting quarterback to a certain extent.
It is, but I mean, the offense was going to be limited. We knew this. I mean, he's a freshman who's never played against a Power 4.
I think you're I don't think you're wrong about the crowd. I think it was more about what Jake identified. I'm glad you brought up Jake. I think it was more about, or I think a lot of vitriol or let's say harsh criticism,
the emotion
is about missed opportunity, and that is two top 25 teams on your home field that they're not great right now. Michigan's not great right now.
Yep.
And US certainly not great, man.
Yeah.
Very gettable games. I think that 29 game losing streak to ranked teams wears on people. I mean, people now nationally make fun of Nebraska for it. Portnoy is who I'm talking about. And you have all of that. I think it's, but I think you're onto something. The stage was set, and my co-host always kind of went that way too. The stage was indeed set, and that's. I mean, I feel that disappointment. It was a beautiful scene. It was a remarkable college football scene. And how many times have we seen a remarkable college football scene where people walk away and there's this sort of eerie silence? Way too often.
Sip, along the lines of how you started this conversation by saying, hey, you got to remind people they're 6-3. I'm wondering, and I asked this question to somebody yesterday, I can't remember who, but the Raiola injury shaping your view now of the end of the season, in particular the end of year 3 for Matt Rule, because like we're always looking for the markers of a program, especially at this moment in time, the signs of the growth, the lack of signs of growth. The starting quarterback who had 21 starts under his belt is now out. It's going to be not only a backup, but a true freshman who's going to make his first career start. And his first 2 starts are going to be road games. And then, he'll get to return home and face off against the Iowa Hawkeyes, a program that's tortured this program for years now. So, like, I just, because I keep asking myself, what does it mean if they go 1-2 or 0-3 down the stretch, given that I know what that would mean just broadly, but when you dial into the backup quarterback of it all, I mean, I want to be a little more understanding. Where have you been at with that?
I don't show a program much grace in this circumstance. I don't think you can. I don't think good programs, you don't cut them a lot of slack in this situation. If you recall, Bo Pelini was cut 0 slack in 2013. He wasn't cut any when he was down to number 3. 0. I mean, not any.
Yeah.
So why now? The only reason you would now is because your standards for the program have dropped. That's the only reason you do it.
And to be fair, they have.
Sure.
You know.
Okay. Well, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to.
Okay.
I respect the program more than that. So and I respect TJ Lateef more than that. They should have a viable number 2. And I totally understand the question, but I just don't think you can back off that. If you want to, if we're covering a program that we feel is legitimately a top 40, top 50 type program, then you can't say, well, they're starting quarterbacks down, all assessments are off. No, then what are we doing? So no, I'm not now. As far as that goes, I don't know how to. Now you'll think I'm sidestepping this topic a little bit. I'm not. I want to see how it goes with Lateef for a full Power 4 game before I sort of assess the last 2. I want to see how this goes.
Yeah.
I guess how do you assess it? I mean, you can't assess anything based on what he did with Akron and Houston Christian. I throw those games out, particularly Houston Christian.
Yes.
So there's just such a limited sample size with him that it's hard to make an assessment on the final 3 games till I see at least a half. I want to see a half.
What is your confidence level, Sip, in Dana coming up with a good plan to work around and work with whatever TJ Lateef will bring?
I'm pretty good. I mean, I don't think it changed. Like he kind of talked about that today, John, where the call sheet didn't really change, and that does happen with other play callers. Sometimes they have almost like a separate call sheet for a backup quarterback who's markedly whose skill set's different. Mm-hmm. This skill set's different than Dylan's, obviously, one obvious reason.
Yeah.
But in this case, Holgorsen was explicit in saying, no, I called now he could have been being coy. I think you have to leave open that possibility that he didn't want to tip his hand to anybody, particularly UCLA. But he said, no, the call sheet was the call sheet. I just kept calling plays. Like if
kind of like if Dylan were in there, but adding runs. So yeah, I don't expect that to be an issue with Dana. I mean, he's got issues, but I don't think that would be one.
Sip, one of the things he said today, Holgerson, about Emmett Johnson was, I don't know how I could feed him anymore. I love what that kid's doing. He's turning himself into one of the best backs in the country. Like, we've all been wondering, like, how much more could he touch the ball? It was what, with the runs and the receptions, he was above 30 again, which was the second time I believe that's happened this season. Like, is that the limit, do you think? I mean, because he still looked fresh all the way. I know he tripped on the last play, but all the way deep into the fourth quarter, like, I never noticed a sign of him slowing down on Saturday night.
No, he hasn't showed any signs. It's part of what makes his overall prowess so impressive.
Yeah.
A lot of it. And now, as far as how much more can you give it to him, Josh, it just depends on how many plays you run at this point, right?
Sure.
I mean, if they get up in the 70s on number of plays, say they're well into the 70s, then yeah, you might see 32 carries or something like that. I think it just depends. It just depends on that. Now, if they're in the 50s, I think they've been in the 50s, low 60s, then it's down in the 22 to 27 range. It just really depended on, it's dependent on game flow. It's dependent on, if they're trying to come back, that affects it, right? If they're playing from behind. So there's a lot of things that go into that. But what you said is right. He hasn't looked tired at all.
No.
And I respect that, because it means he's taking care of himself during the week. He's probably intent on it. It's probably a regimen he has, is my guess, unless he's just some kind of freak. He has a regimen that he follows. I imagine he's very disciplined, and he 100% is exceeding most people's expectations, certainly mine. I didn't envision him becoming the number one rusher in the Big Ten, and here we are, and it's beautiful. And I will tell you this, the USC game, that's when I was most impressed with him. I mean, that's not, now you're facing a defense that's not great. It has been vulnerable to the run, but there's a lot of great athletes.
Yeah.
He was more than equal to the task. So really, really remarkable rise by him.
If you want to see a grown man cry, make sure there's a camera on Steve Sipple when the first team all conference awards are announced and Emmett Johnson shows up there.
I mean, I'm already sort of tearing up. What he's doing is, it does harken to a better time for that position.
Yeah, it does.
I mean,
and the crazy thing is, Sip, they could have that, and they may not. I mean, will they have anybody on the first team, second team, or maybe even third team?
Offensive line?
Offensive line.
Probably not.
Third. I would think that
could Justin Evans or Rocco make like the third team?
Yeah.
I think so, but no, I get your point.
Yeah.
Got to give those guys credit, though. You can't.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not, but it's just, in all those years where you had a first team all conference running back, Nebraska also had like 2 or 3 first team all conference linemen, and probably the other 2 were on the second team.
Yeah. No,
different place, different time.
That's exactly right. Emmett Johnson does do quite a bit on his own. And he fights for every yard.
It's funny. You mentioned plays a moment ago. We'll play a little game here. Nebraska's season high for plays run is against who?
Is this counting
This is all games. All games.
Okay.
Is that Maryland?
That would be my guess too.
Maryland is actually the.
I guess they did have 3 turnovers.
They're like it's like the 1, 2, 3. 4. It's like the third lowest. Maryland's the third lowest number of plays.
Who is it?
Yeah, who is it? Is it
Cincinnati?
No way.
78 plays.
Wow.
Here are the number of plays run in the last 5 games.
Okay.
Michigan State, 55.
Whoa.
Maryland, 59. Minnesota, 54. Northwestern, 61. USC, 62.
Wow. So they've been in the same neighborhood.
They have been very, very close.
Interesting.
It's that.
Compared to the first 4 games, 78, 73, 67, 72. I mean, it's a stark difference in the number of plays being run.
Yes.
Sip, other side of the ball. You've been covering this program for a while. Given the lack of a pass rush normally for Nebraska, and given the team that they were playing in particular, where does that one rank in terms of what they were able to do in shutting down that pass offense for USC?
Oh, I mean, it was good, but I don't regard it as one of the all-time best performances I've seen.
Oh wow!
It was good. It was a good work. That's a good second. I think now we can say, confidently and without really caveats, that's a very good secondary. Now there's been great ones. So, I mean, let's think about Pelini when he had Dennard and.
Oh, for sure.
Print.
That was the best one I've seen since those guys were doing their thing a decade and a half ago.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I would say too. I haven't seen one this good since then. So that's what I'd say about it. And it was a good defensive performance. I'm a little surprised how much praise Butler's getting. Other media entities, I guess, they allowed 200 yards rushing. I mean, it was not at times. They never really adjusted to the counter at all, which is curious to me. But it was good. It was good. I mean, you should win if you hold USC to 21. So I'll definitely. I mean, that's a good and some kind of a mixed conversation, but you definitely have to acknowledge that above all. 21 should have got you a win, and that's again probably why it's frustrating for people. 21 holding USC to 21 should get you a win.
Yeah,
that's frustrating. I mean, it is. I get it. I understand why people are frustrated. And they're gettable. They when USC didn't play, I was nonplussed on USC. They do not look like a playoff team. Nothing. They can't. They can't do any damage in the playoff with a run defense like that.
No.
So I mean, I don't care what they do the rest of the way. Even if they would make the playoff, they're not viable. They're not going to bargain for it.
They won't make the playoff.
I mean, Maava looked like a worse quarterback this year than he did in his very first start in last year's game.
I know. I feel like we saw a bad game, John.
We did. We saw a terrible game. I mean, he was, and a lot of people say, well, he was, this is the crowd. It was the cold. It was
defense.
He was off on his targets from the first pass.
Yeah, and his footwork looked funny to me. He's throwing like a shortstop. Like, he had his right foot in front of his left foot sometimes. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just squared.
Dylan was over there taking notes on the other side.
Hey,
footwork.
Come on.
Wow.
Well, I mean, come on. It's not like Dylan's footwork is a thing of beauty.
No.
But you're right.
Yeah. His name is from this guy. Anyway.
Will Matt Rule address his game and clock management in the offseason?
Well, wouldn't you like to think he does every offseason?
You would, but it keeps happening. We've seen it now for 3 years where there's been some questionable game decisions, timeout decisions. I mean, when you call 2 timeouts within 4 plays of each other midway through the third quarter, something bad is happening.
Yeah, it's an interesting move because the layman can sit up there and say, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not very good. I used to work with Brian Christopherson. He was really good at that stuff. Like understanding game management, being able to pick out certain instances of shoddy game management or really good game management. Brian Christopherson was like, I think it was sort of like a specialty of his. I'm terrible at it. I would have to, if I were a head coach, I'd have to have someone help me. I think that's where Rule is. I think he needs somebody to help him. You can do that. I mean, there's a zillion guys down there for one thing.
You can, but and I made this equation earlier. You watch him on the sidelines, and there's so much energy. It's a frenetic energy that's down there. I don't, and we know Rule likes to control things. Would he listen?
Yeah, here's the thing. he is self-aware. That's a good question, John. And here's the way I'd answer it. He's aware that there's a frenetic energy that he refers to, his kind of, I don't like to say lack of focus, but he's always doing 4 things at once. He's that guy.
Yeah.
He plays that guy. He's that guy. You can tell when you hear him talk, right?
Yes.
He's always thinking about a lot of different things. Mind works that way. And frenetic energy is a perfect way to describe it. And I think his self-awareness would lead him to maybe rethink the way it goes. But he's 50 years old. It's not like he's a 35-year-old head coach. I mean, I would like to. He's been a head coach at 3 other stops. So I don't know if this is a new conversation, right?
Mm-mm.
And I don't know his history. I wonder if the game management issue had swallowed him. I will tell you, I don't know that.
I have a sister-in-law who's a Panthers fan, and she says yes. Like it was an issue with him in the NFL, and I mean, it's one of the many reasons Panthers fans
we needed that
him.
same Oregon State fan to call us like he did after
Mike Riley.
We had an Oregon State fan call us after that debacle at Illinois about Mike Riley saying, "Oh, this is what he does," and it was like eye-opening for us.
It really was.
Really,
Yeah.
and then you watch it, and then it's like, "Oh crap, it is."
You can
It's
never
like
unsee it.
It's like a
but
blind
this has been a
spot.
thing for him since he got to Nebraska too. So like, it wasn't a surprise. It's just frustrating.
Really interesting. It's really interesting. And Sam, I know you could say Sam McEwen was just doing his job. I get all that, but I thought he did a great job on Monday of drilling down on that.
Agreed.
I mean, it was a really good. I mean, if you want to see good work by a reporter, look at that exchange between he and Rule. It was handled perfectly. It wasn't combative. He was very professional, but he got the answer, and it was a shaky answer. I mean, it was shaky.
Yeah.
But we got it. That was good. And I appreciate Rule. I want to say I appreciate Rule's transparency. He will answer all questions, and he's a human.
He is human. He's not a He's not a machine. He's a man. I feel like
Yeah, he's not a
Rocky's
man.
trainer. You know.
Yeah.
He's not a machine. He's a man. I can't tell you when watching Rocky IV in the theater.
What are you
when
going
that happened,
on about Rocky now?
because people were actually standing up and cheering when Rocky cut him, when he cut Drago, and then Duke gets in his face and says, "You see that? He's not a machine. He's a man." And the theater went nuts.
I just figure Sipple has to go, and now we're talking about Rocky IV with him. So I didn't want to keep you on the air much longer, Sip. You probably have things to do.
I don't.
All right.
Didn't see Rocky. Did I see Rocky IV?
Oh, come on.
Oh no! Don't tell me you ain't seen Rocky IV, the greatest montage movie of all time.
It ended the Cold War,
It
bro.
did.
No. Hey, listen. I saw Rocky I. That's what I saw. Okay.
Oh my God!
We all have blind
didn't think
spots.
it-
Matt Rule can't manage in
God.
games. Sipple hasn't seen Rocky IV. We all have blind spots.
God.
No, that's not a bunch. I saw Rocky I and thought it was very corny.
I mean, Sip.
Whoa! Did you hear what he just said? He said he thought it was corny.
Sip. I mean,
Yeah,
when you go to Shoney's or Old Country Buffet, don't they run that thing on the TVs in there?
No, they don't actually.
Oh.
They show good movies.
All
right, now we're hanging up. Now
This
we're
conversation's over.
Have a great week, Sipple.
Sorry. You expect honesty. Thank you.
Have a good trip to the coast.
Thank you. See you later.
All right.
Wow. You think
I figured Sip would be the first guy to see Rocky IV. It's boxing. He loves boxing.
Maybe he hates America. I thought
And
Sipple
it's-
loved America.
Oh my God!
Thought he was a
The theater
proud,
went crazy.
card-carrying American.
He thought the wrong
cheered,
country
man.
won in
He
Rocky.
takes out that card of his, and it has a what is it? A sickle and a
Hammer and sickle.
Hammer and sickle. Yeah.
I hear-
Seize
I hear.
those means is what he says.
Damn,
I hear it's
communist.
a hammer and sickle.
That's what
Son
they're
of a
saying.
beast. All right, when we come back,
What do we got?
our playoff predictions.
Oh, baby.
The first committee poll is coming out. We're going to give you what we think the committee will say.
Okay.
And what we would vote if we were the committee.
Awesome.
But first, John and Josh here for Underdog. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now here in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up. You'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today. Use our promo code at signup, 1620thezone. Score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
He's like 4, John.
Man, I want the OG Sesame Street. I want my Big Bird, my Cookie Monster, my Count Von Count, Guy Smiley. I bet they don't even have Guy Smiley anymore on Sesame Street.
The hell's Guy?
Yeah,
Guy Smiley was the game show host.
I've never seen this.
John
man.
wants Sesame Street where Oscar was still ripping darts,
Hell
yelling at people to
yeah.
get off his lawn. Throw a 40 in their face.
Oscar, man, he was my dude.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oscar, you're a grouch.
That
Damn
tracks.
It was amazing how every week someone would come by and pick up his house and empty his house out into the back of the garbage truck. But yet Oscar never went anywhere.
By the
it was
way,
amazing how he was able to survive all those. I mean, imagine if someone came to your house, picked up your house, turned it upside down, emptied all the contents
Whose
of your
house?
house
everyone's house,
into the garbage truck
Timeshare's
and
house.
drove away with it.
That would suck.
Now you know why Oscar was such a freaking grouch.
I didn't say he shouldn't have been a grouch.
Here's my thing. Why doesn't Oscar move to a tent or an apartment?
Wow, Nick, you are a monster.
Why a trash can?
Conservative Nick strikes again.
If his stuff is going to get dumped every week.
By the way, before we get to the playoff, I just got an email. You know, we get emails every now and then about like, hey, there's a book coming out. Do you want access to this book? And I often say yes. Any college football book, I'm like, yeah, I'd love it. Anyway, this one, it ends with reminiscent of Hoosiers, Rocky, and The Natural. Should I forward it to our friend Steve Sipple? It's a book. It's a book called Heartland: The Unlikely Rise of Larry Bird. Maybe a book for you, John. Heartland: A Forgotten Place, An Impossible Dream, and the Miracle of Larry Bird. Out March 3rd, 2026.
I like to get whatever Formula One books come.
Nice.
They don't swing by very often.
Playoff.
The playoff committee will meet.
They already have met.
I'm assuming it's going to happen
hung up their
after
hats.
this game.
Yes, it's always at 6.
After the UConn.
It's at 7 tonight.
Louisville women's game here.
Okay. Yep.
And then there's going to be a. It's the Dickie V Invitational, Texas and Duke. So in between,
they'll have the top 25.
What happens if this game? It's not going to because UConn's going to win by 1 million.
If it goes long.
What happens if this game goes long?
Last year, I think there was an overtime game around it one of these years, and they just keep waiting and waiting and waiting.
Yeah,
If
but
they
then
don't-
does
they
that
don't-
delay the start of the next game?
Oh yeah. Well, normally this is a double. I think this is a woman's doubleheader.
No, I think the next game is a men's game at a different site because it says it's the Dickie V Challenge.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they would put that
I'm
on a
pretty sure.
different TV.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cooper
yep,
Flag.
yep. You're right. Okay.
Cooper Flag. They move on from Cooper
Yeah,
Flag.
I guess
Anyway,
I'll figure it out. It's
when
coming out tonight.
So Josh sent me his picks earlier today, but I did not open his email.
Mm-hmm.
I went in and did not look at the AP poll, all you paranoid Big Ten people. I went in, I looked at.
Well, I actually did. I opened it up, and that was I just used it as a nice handy guide.
Well,
But then
I had
used
an
my
idea in my
own
head. I
brain.
had some teams in there, and then I used the K Ford page to just compare wins and stuff like that.
And I used my brain. I used my.
I use my brain
This
too.
is all brain. This is no analytics. This is all up here, baby.
Well, no, there's no analytics involved. I was just looking at the
K-Ford's
chart.
analytics.
No, but I wasn't looking at their power rankings against certain things.
Okay.
We literally have the exact same rankings.
Isn't that crazy?
These would be the rankings if we were on the committee.
Yep.
Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss. I need a way to say Ole Miss now. I always say Alabama and Georgia. I need an Ole Miss way. Oregon, Texas Tech, BYU, and Oklahoma. That was when we predicted the committee.
Okay. Were you close to doing anything here? Did you think about Indiana number one? Because I very much consider it. Indiana has a better win than Ohio State.
I did, but then I also dock Indiana for having a really crappy non-conference schedule. I almost thought about Texas A&M in the third spot.
They just have not been as dominant.
But they haven't been as dominant.
They haven't been as close to as dominant. Their defense has struggled at times.
And Indiana does have a better win than anybody amongst this group.
Yeah, and I wasn't thinking. I was just trying to go, who is the best team right now? Period. Who would I pick to beat this team, to beat this team, to beat this team? And yes, you got to put some resume.
Yeah, that was.
You have to do some resume, and that's why like the SEC triumvirate was fairly easy because Bama beat Georgia, Georgia beat Ole Miss, so that was like an easy peasy thing. If you just go purely based off of Who has the best win inside of our top 10? We both agree it is Alabama because they beat number 5 Georgia. Alabama beat number 5 Georgia.
Yep.
The second best win is Indiana. Or no, it's Georgia because they beat Ole Miss. And the third best is Indiana because they beat number 7 Oregon. Other than that, nobody else inside of the top 10 has beaten another team from the top 10.
Correct.
They have beaten other teams outside of it. And so I mentioned this, and I know we'll talk about Iowa a little bit more in a few minutes. I think Iowa will be in the top 25. They would absolutely be in my top 25. And so that was another feather in the cap for me of Indiana. They have the third best win in terms of beating Oregon. They also have the Iowa win, which is a really nice top 25 road win. That is very, very impressive for me. Very impressive for me. Texas A&M's defense has been too leaky at times, which is why they were easy number 3.
Here, this is our prediction for what we think the committee will do.
So it's very similar to mine. Indiana, though, I do have number 1, and I actually think they're going to have Texas A&M number 2. I'll explain why. I'll explain why in a moment. Ohio State 3, Bama 4, Georgia 5, Ole Miss 6, BYU 7, Oregon 8, Texas Tech 9, Oklahoma 10. One of the things that the committee has done a lot over the years is they have leaned into resume more than, just pure like domination of wins. And so what I think they are going to do, A&M is going to have the Notre Dame win, and the Notre Dame win is better than beating Texas because they beat Notre Dame on the road.
Yes.
A&M did. Ohio State beat Texas at home.
Yes.
Ohio State's, so that if we agree that that's Ohio State's best win, who is Ohio State's second best win? It's either Illinois or Washington. And so I think that is,
and I think the answer to that question is easy. It's Washington.
And so if we agree,
Washington beat Illinois and the game was on the road.
Yeah, and so that is their second best win. Now, then you can ask, okay, so who's Texas A&M's best win? It's probably LSU or Florida, I guess. I don't really know. I don't really know if Washington is going to be ranked. If they are, if the top 25 starts and Washington's ranked, I think that's the committee doing what they always do, and that's making
make the bottom match the top,
justifying things for the top. Here's the other reason, though, man. The committee does stuff like this at the start just to say, like, look at us. We're different. I think that this is going to be one of their, look at us. We're different. And congratulations. You're going to give them a lot of fuel for the fire. I think they're going to have BYU above Oregon because Oregon does not really have, Oregon's best win is who right now? Oregon's best win is they don't have one. Because they beat Penn State, but that doesn't matter anymore. They beat Northwestern. That doesn't really matter. They beat Rutgers. They beat Wisconsin. Their non-conference sucked. They beat Oklahoma State. So I think that because of that, BYU is going to slide up in front of them because BYU has the road win over Utah, and that's going to age very, very well. And I guess that's easily their best win. They beat Iowa State last year, a couple weeks ago. They are solid enough. And so that's why I actually think BYU is going to be up above Oregon. For the most part, it looks like we agree with everything else.
We agree the same 10 teams. I almost considered slotting Notre Dame in ahead of Oklahoma.
Yes, absolutely.
Based on how Notre Dame has looked recently, and now OU has clearly a better resume.
Bingo. That's why
they
I think
have the
they're
best resume of any 2-loss team right now.
Yep, that's why I think they're going to go Oklahoma above Notre Dame.
But I did think about it for a second. You make a great point about BYU over Oregon. I just have Ohio State because, listen, this is the committee, and brands do mean something. And there's something about Ohio State being the defending champs.
My brand.
And outside of the first half against Penn State, they've been they haven't been Indiana dominant, but they've just been themselves.
You talking about Ohio State?
Yes.
Yeah,
which is enough for most people. So I think Ohio State is pretty much a default mechanism. Indiana has been dominant. A&M obviously undefeated. Alabama over Georgia, naturally. Georgia over Ole Miss, naturally. I hear your argument for BYU. I think Oregon, again, maybe a little bit of brand shopping.
Sure.
And then BYU because they're undefeated, Texas Tech, Oklahoma.
Yeah, so real quick, to go back to the Oklahoma conversation, why John and I are in agreement on this. So they have the Michigan win.
Yep.
They now recently have the Tennessee win.
On the road.
Notre Dame has the USC win, and that's it in terms of the wins that are going to matter. And so I think that's why, because I thought the same thing. I debated I debated Oklahoma and Notre Dame for both the committee and myself. And I got to give it up to the Sooners. You know, they went on the road, first of all. The other night, that was on the road at Tennessee. And the other game that I mentioned, Michigan, that was at home. But Michigan is a 2-loss football team that, you know, isn't looking super great. But still, they're going to have a win. They're going to have 2 top 25 wins. Notre Dame is just going to have 1. And Notre Dame, when they played the 2 best teams on their schedule, otherwise they lost. They lost to Miami, they lost to Texas A&M.
It's really going to be fascinating to see the bottom of the rankings and how many SEC schools are in there versus how many Big Ten schools are in there, because oftentimes they use the bottom to justify the top.
Yeah, and so if you look right now,
and we both believe that a Big Ten team will lead this. I think 2 Big Ten teams will lead this.
Yep.
So I think Washington is going to get a kiss. I think Iowa will get a kiss.
So you could be looking at the
and I also think Texas will get a kiss, maybe a bigger kiss because of the Ohio State loss.
Well, that'll be interesting to see how high they put them, because they're 13th in the AP poll right now. So they have ballooned up because they have the nice Vanderbilt win now.
And
if they would have lost, that would have been really interesting.
And they've beaten Oklahoma. Could there be an argument that Texas is ranked ahead of Oklahoma?
You know, that's a great point, John. Why did we have Texas below Oklahoma? I don't think they're better than Oklahoma.
I think Oklahoma's overall resume is better, but Texas does have the win over Oklahoma.
You know what? I now think we have made a mistake. I think that this is our biggest mistake, because you are right. I forgot that they have the same record, and now they have wins over. They're going to have 2 top 25 wins. They're going to have the Oklahoma win, and they're going to have the Vandy win.
And I'll be honest with you, I didn't even think about it.
Me neither, because I've been viewing them in my head as a 3-loss team.
I have too.
Our bad. We made a mistake. Texas might be in the top 10.
Or idiots.
Or maybe they slot Notre Dame in and then put Texas at 11 and Oklahoma at 12.
Perhaps.
You're right about the bottom of the top 25. Here's the Big Ten teams to keep an eye on. Iowa is certainly going to be one, because if Iowa is like higher up, they're not even in the top 25 in the AP. That could be justified for Indiana being the number 1 team in the country. Washington is Ohio State's second best win, right?
Best win.
So they're going to be in there. Michigan and USC. Let's see how high those teams are. I'm curious to see how high up Utah is going to be, because that could help Texas Tech move up and
Where's
down.
a Missouri going to be?
Great call. Where's Missouri?
Where's Vandy going to be?
And Cincinnati will probably fall in there somewhere at the end of the top 25. I just want to see. I think Iowa's going to be in, and so who they knock out of the AP top 25 is maybe Cincinnati actually doesn't make it, because they just got smoked. And Cincinnati's best win now is, yikes. Iowa State, but Iowa State's not in the top 25.
Right.
You know what? I think Cincinnati's going to be out. I don't think, because they just got beat by 31.
Yeah, and they'll probably have a token, G5 in there.
Yeah, they usually do. So yeah, who will that end up being? Because there's been a lot of carnage in the G5 as of late.
Coming up, controversy.
Oh.
And it was a pretty significant day for a couple of trades, one in particular.
Oh.
In the National Football League. Coming up on Content 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Well, good news, Husker fans. Not as many people watched the Nebraska-USC game because it was the most watched Game 7 since 2017.
Wow, baseball. I was watching both.
27 million viewers for Game 7.
Wow.
Nice.
That was a great World Series. I know we talked
It
about it earlier with
was.
Ferrin. It was awesome.
It was. It's just too bad I missed the end.
Yeah. People
like-
are still
it was
like,
like-
why did you do the tires that night? Why didn't you wait? And I asked the question earlier, why didn't you just pause? You're going to be regretting this for years. This is gonna
No,
be like
I'm
how-
not. It was still the Dodgers winning at the end of the day.
Okay.
The Colts. They are trading 2 first-rounders to Jets for Jets corner Sauce Gardner. The Colts are going for it, but did they pay too much?
They paid a lot.
2 first.
2 first rounders. That's a Micah Parsons trade. And
he ain't no Micah Parsons.
And, I mean, man, the Jets had just signed him, right? They re-upped with Gardner on a $120 million contract.
Spicy.
So, big move. Jay Glazer reported as the trade was happening, the Colts were talking to another team about a corner. They thought they had something in place. That didn't happen. So instead, they pivoted to this. I wonder who that other corner was and what the price was. And then they said, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to buy the Toyota. I'm going to go ahead and just shoot for the Cadillac.
Yeah, because obviously I'm just thinking of the other good corners around the league. Like the Broncos wouldn't have gotten rid of Surtain.
No.
They're a playoff contender.
And he's hurt anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a lot. What I do like about the Colts doing it, though, is they're going all in. You know, push it all
Sure.
in. Push it all in. So I like that they're pushing it all in, even though I don't really think that they're still going to be able to get out of the AFC, but I appreciate their gumption.
I'm going to do my best to read this next one.
Okay.
Controversy. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Not serial killing.
Oh.
Not that. But controversy. My team probably has the kind of interest that we have in no small part because we stay out front and we stay controversial. When it gets slow, I stir that bleep up. Fact. My point, I just want to be relevant. I just want you to be looking at us. Now, do you care to guess who told Stephen A. Smith that?
Did you see that he had him in his booth last night?
Mm-hmm. Even though I didn't see the game? Yeah, I
hate the Dallas Cowboys. They make me angrier than any entity that is a sports team should have the right to make me.
And yet you still follow them and you still pay to follow.
I'm reading Bob Sturm's column during commercial breaks.
Incredible.
He does a great job.
The problem
You were
is
a Cubs fan for years, you idiot. Don't you
Yeah,
shut
but
up.
the Cubs didn't have the greatest owner in the history of the National Football League.
You are a monster. Jerry Jones is an even worse monster, though.
I want you to live forever on a yacht out by the sea.
Yacht?
I want you to live forever in competency.
No, he will not do any of those
I want
things.
you to live forever, Josh. Don't care.
I would care very much.
It is so crazy.
I would care very much.
He said the quiet part out loud.
Mm.
I just want to be relevant. Don't care if we win. Just want to be relevant.
There's a lot of older people in positions of power that like to say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, and I don't like it, Nick. I wish they'd shut up.
I think it's because
and
they're
give
old.
up their power.
I think it's because they're old and their brain forgot.
Let
that they weren't
dumbass
supposed to say
Gen
it.
X take over a couple of things. I mean, they're idiots too, but at least they're younger and their faculties are there. Dumbass generation. Now I'm just bonus.
Jared's not in my generation.
No,
He's like, what's the generation beyond the greatest generation? Because that's him.
The silent generation. I do not like you.
And he
Jerry.
is anything but silent.
I do not like you, Jerry Jones. I do not like you down to my bones.
Nice.
But I want you
That's not a poem.
to
Stop.
live forever.
You ruined my rhyme.
Music is poetry.
No, but John, that wasn't doing music there.
The CFP top 25 will be announced soon in about hour and a half, 2
Sure.
hours.
Yeah, that
Sure.
sounds about right.
We already went over the top 10 last segment. What about the bottom group? Will we see Iowa inside the top 25? Plus, will USC slot in somewhere?
I mean, we both agree I was going to be in the top 25. Washington could be in the top 25. USC is probably going to be around 20.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Zell reached out to us after our last segment. Iowa's best win is at home against Minnesota, and is the only team that they beat with a winning record. True, but they're also kicking the crap out of teams, and they played Indiana really well, so I think that's going to work in favor. Also, at the bottom of the top 25, it's a lot of slop, you know? It's not You're not really finding a bunch of teams with great resumes, because if they had great resumes, John, you know where they would be?
Near the top.
Bingo.
The crotch chop gesture, made famous by Triple H and Shawn Michaels in D-Generation X, now carries a $50,000 fine as found by Joel Embiid. It is classified by the NBA as a lewd gesture. Thoughts?
I'm honestly surprised it took until now for this to be considered a lewd gesture. I mean, doing a crotch chop has long been that. That said, like, this continues to be the softness of society. And you know what? Adam Silver, Gen X. Again,
we don't claim
Gen
them.
X is the worst generation. You would never see this from millennials. We are all about telling you
It
to
was
suck
literally
it.
Gen X that came up with the crotch chop.
Why are you banning it now then?
I'm not banning anything.
Soft.
I'm not banning anything.
Need a little
Besides,
safe
how is
space?
this a lewd gesture? It was invented because Triple H, because of his bad shoulders, couldn't throw the bones. So he throws the bones down here.
Understandable. That makes sense to me.
It's a true story, and I'm sticking to it.
We'll finish on this one.
Okay.
Justice Haynes of Michigan is undergoing surgery and will miss an unforeseen number of games to finish up the regular season. Could Emmett Johnson finish as the first team running back in the Big Ten?
I mean, we talked about it recently. They do 2 of those, so he was already on the board for it. Yes, absolutely. There's a world now where he finishes as the whatever the running back award is named after, running back of the year. He could be that, man.
Yeah, what is it called?
Ron Dane, maybe?
The Archie.
Oh, that's right, Archie Griffin.
The Archie Griffin
Bunker.
Red Grange Award. You know,
I think you were
all
right.
their contrived, stupid trophies.
He is absolutely going to be a
But he
first team all.
deserves it.
Yeah, and so he's going to be a first team all conference, and he could win that. It's
I think he will.
yeah, that's pretty cool.
I think
Good for you, Emmett.
I think he was first team no matter what happened to Justice Haynes.
I believed in him all off season long. This is going to be one of my best takes. This is going to age. I mean, it's not as famous
Look
as
at
my
this.
overtime
Look at-
Super Bowl one, but this take is going to be so damn good.
Listen to this horrible representative of a horrible generation.
Thought you were going to crotch
A
chop.
Gen Zer is about to finally do something worthwhile, and the millennials swoop in and take all the credit.
No, not all the credit. I just want him to remember me when he is not at Nebraska anymore.
Oh, he'll
in
remember you because I'm
2026.
sure your
I want him to
name has
remember.
already come up in team meetings.
Don't ever talk to this man. If you see this man, ask, wait, what are you doing here? You never come to press conferences.
You're like, wait, what are you doing here? We banned you. Security!
There weren't any wanted posters around the stadium. At least none that I saw.
Let's see what's going on Black Friday when I'm
Maybe
doing your
because
pregame
they
show.
didn't want to scare small children because I mean they
Scare?
already see you around neighborhoods already on
See
wanted
you. That's what
posters.
you'll be doing tomorrow, John.
Back to wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I had some leftover runs last night. I have no idea. There was a pork butt sitting out, but it's thaw. It was still frozen, so it's not going to. That's going to be later this week.
John, I'm having a pork butt tonight.
Congrats on the butt.
So I was at my parents' last night. She did that for her. And now I'm going to have some leftovers. I'm pumped. I'm trying to decide what I want to do for a side. So one of my thoughts is a baked potato, classic me.
Yep.
But that would add another hour before I eat, and I don't know if I want to eat at 7:30 tonight.
You know what goes great with roast pork? Sauerkraut.
Okay, you freak.
Oh yeah,
That's
man.
weird.
Get some sauerkraut, man. Get some potato dumplings with some gravy. Oh, you got a great check meal right there in front of you.
Or sauerkraut and the pork butt. Just put it on a bun. Pork butt sandwich. That's quick. That's easy. I made us butter chicken last night. It was delicious. I don't know about tonight.
We had this question in content. We never got around to it, but it's what's for dinner adjacent. According to Matt Brown, author Matt Brown, his FOIA. Nebraska is behind only Wisconsin in revenue generated by beer sales at football games this season. Nick was going to ask us if it was shocking. Shocking.
Are you shocked?
I wish I knew how many schools, because I mean the list gets pretty thin. I mean, there's not a lot of heavy hitters there. Like Texas, I don't think was on there, so not a lot of people. I don't know if he FOIA'd everybody or what, but the fact that Nebraska is up there in year one is not surprising.
No, people love booze around here. I might have a beer with my dinner now that I think about it. We have some Coors Banquet beers.
Nice.
In the fridge, among other things.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. And I'm also not surprised that Wisconsin leads, because have you seen that team this year? Woof. And that's coming even with like 2/3 of the students not there. You watch games there at Camp Randall now, and that end zone, there might be like 5 or 6 rows that are full, and then the whole rest of that end zone is nothing but planks.
It's sad.
See,
Wow.
they sit in the stadium, Nick. They have seats, but they're just planks.
Wow.
They're not like actual seat backs. You know,
Why
like,
wouldn't you want to
like
sit
you
up?
insist on.
Why wouldn't you want to sit higher up and more comfortable?
This is unreal. First he wants, what did he say that he wanted to happen to Oscar? Like take him out back?
Oh yeah,
No, I want him to pull himself up by his bootstraps.
Unreal.
Get a job,
Well,
Oscar.
I ain't never seen bootstraps on Oscar.
Yeah, me neither.
I've never seen his feet.
I think anybody.
Are you a foot guy?
No, I'm just.
Not that there's anything wrong with
Why are
it.
you thinking about Oscar's feet then, you footy?
Because he's a Muppet.
Holy God.
Yeah, UConn women are winning.
Whoa.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Goodbye.